Before we get going, Roy, Heather, and Caitlin, are you guys? Oh, never mind. Caitlin, you aren't here for non-germane. Roy and Heather, are you guys here for non-germane or the original bill? Heather for non-germane. Where's my friend Roy at? The original bill? Okay, thank you. Heather, I'm gonna write non-germane on your card. Just it gets entered into the record, but just want to before I do that, make sure you're okay with that. Okay, it's 10 a.m. We're gonna get going. Representative C, would you like to lead us in the pledge today?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we're starting a little earlier today. We have a little space between this and the non-germane amendment because the first part of this is actually kind of more reorientation for the committee. It won't take very too long. Just first of all, I want to welcome everybody back. Hope you all had a great fall and are enjoying some winter. It's going to be in the negatives this week, so bundle up. For operational procedures, I don't know if this is going to be our room reoccurring because of where we are. I think originally we were supposed to be on the second floor, so just when you get those notices, always check to make sure the room number so you don't end up like hanging out here and nobody shows up. For procedurally, we're going to operate the same way that we did the last session. We don't have nearly as many bills. I think last session we had like 76 bills, I want to say. This time we're at 52. We may pick up 2 or 3 more coming in via bills being vacated from other committees that are more under our purview. But that being said, everything's going to operate the same. So you'll see the language on the hearing sheets that we can have exec at any time. We're going to have the same agreement that I did with the ranking member from last session. We're not calling unnoticed votes without the ranking member's consent. So I highly doubt there's going to be one today. I looked over the schedule. I just don't think there's going to be one. There was like one on there that I think we might get to an agreement on, but so you don't have to worry about that sort of deal. If it is noticed, you'll get a separate exec for it. So if it is noticed, you should expect a vote. But if it's not specifically noticed in a separate executive session, it's going to operate exactly like it did last session. We have, I believe, 8 Representative Lane, 8 early bills. We're going to hear 6 of them today. We're going to hear the other 2 next week. Those are due out, I think. Davis, do you know what day that those are due out, the early bills? 12th, yeah. So we're going to take care of them pretty quick and get them out of here, and then we're just going to kind of be in cruise control. So the cadence is going to be basically 13 to 14 bills every Tuesday. So for your situational awareness, just go ahead and block off probably the next 4, potentially 5 Tuesdays at 10 a.m. in a room here. But so we're just going to be back on that cadence, and we should be done with our hearings in a month. So that'll be pretty nice, and then we can kind of separate out what we want to work on in a work session. I do know conversations with Representative Wilhelm. I think there is going to be one involving the DMV where we're going to take a bigger crack at it. But if there's anything that you want to work on, you want to form a subcommittee, the offer still stands. I'll stand anybody up that wants to do one. Doesn't mean we have to like your recommendation, but you're more than free to carry about your business and do that sort of thing. So all that's being said, you might have any kind of questions for me, or are we all good to go and we can start listening to this riveting conversation about redistricting? Okay, hearing none, let's get going. All right, we're going to open up the public hearing for House Bill 1300, changing the state's congressional districts. For the Election Law Committee, is there anyone here to introduce the bill? All right, awesome. And the best part, I figured this was going to happen. The best part is the bill came from an independent. So normally we would have a member of the same party do it. So I don't know how to handle this. Will anybody just go and introduce this? I don't want to assign it because it's coming from an. Do we have anybody? I have no objection if you just want to introduce it for purposes of introduction only. Is fine. Absolutely, you can return. Yeah, I don't consider that as being part of the hearing if you're just introducing. So, Representative Weary will introduce this as a courtesy to the member, and he will be allowed without objection to return to participate in the hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Weary, representing the Hillsborough District 13, great town of Hudson. I'd like to introduce on behalf of Representative Ankerberg and Senator Innes the House Bill 1300 proposing to change the state's congressional districts, and I will take no questions.
Thank you. Next up will be, first up, I should say, will be Liz Tantarelli.
Thank you. My name is Liz Tantarelli. I'm president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters, and we think that the mid-decade redistricting that's happening across the country is an unfortunate situation, and we're very pleased to be able to thank this committee for killing this bill today. And I will take no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Roy. I'm having trouble reading the last name. Schweiker? Okay, nailed it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and honorable committee members, I'm Roy Schweiger from Concord. I know this bill is going nowhere, but I'll ask your indulgence for 2 minutes. Actually, this would be a good time to redistrict because with an open seat, you're not worrying about, voting 2 people in the same district or anything, but I know you're not going to do it anyway. I'm opposing the bill as written merely because it looks like a gerrymander. There's 5 counties split on this bill and so forth, but actually the existing districts are gerrymandered from the same perspective. If you looked at a map, you'd say, how did those ever come about? And if you look at the map of New Hampshire and you discover that Hillsborough County and Rockingham County together are almost exactly half of the state in population. They're very similar in what they are. They're kind of overflow from the Massachusetts statistical area and so forth. So it would make a lot more sense to me if you were to redistrict the House, the federal House districts, based on having 9 counties completely intact and only 1 county split to get the proper balance between the 2 districts. And then you'd have 1 district kind of the southern tier and 1 district the North Country and rest of the traditional state. So I just want to put that in your mind next time you're doing a real redistricting. And the second idea I want to propose is something they're talking about in the South to ensure minority representation, and that's to have multi-member districts where you have several House districts combined with several members. But the thing there is, instead of voting for, say, 3 members, you only vote for 1 with preferential voting. And that way, everybody gets 1 representative. If you had a area that, say, had 1/3 minority members, they could get 1 person in, whereas if you split it up, they get none. And if you did the same thing in New Hampshire, if you said we'll have a multi-member district with 2 members with preferential voting, you would wind up with 1 Democrat and 1 Republican almost certainly elected every time around. And would that be a better system than the present system where people are fighting every election over which of these people is ever so slightly better? So once again, that's something to think about. I don't expect any action on this bill about it, but thank you for the opportunity. And I will take questions.
Okay. Are there any questions from the committee? I mean, I could talk about this for a while. But Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you, I noticed you mentioned that you oppose gerrymandering. Would you be sympathetic to something like an independent redistricting commission?
Well, I think that's fine, but the basic idea is that for some reason they split the state on the Merrimack River, which makes no sense because communities on both sides of the river adjoining, have more in common than something at the far end of the state. Having Concord and Nashua in the same district and Manchester in a different one, anyone who looks at that would say that's ridiculous. So I think that if you're going to have a redistricting commission, the important thing is not that it's independent, but that they're willing to take a whole new look at the state instead of saying which 3 towns are we going to move.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you so much. We are in recess. That's the end of it. That's going to conclude the testimony. Does anyone else wish to speak before I gavel it out? All right, that'll conclude the 13. Sure, go for it. That was a point of order.
We've, in the particular, some last year and now this year, we've had numerous bills that have come before us where the sponsor does not appear. So we have no opportunity to question them. And as to why the bill's needed, there's nobody, we're not able to do that. And it's happened on numerous occasions. Some committees, when that happens, is they throw the bill out because they feel like if the sponsor is not willing to come forward and support their bill, then the bill should be thrown out. And I just note that because it has become a pattern in this committee.
Is that a point of order, or is that a point of personal privilege? I guess what I'm trying to. Is there a motion you're attempting to make or override? Okay, we'll call that we'll call it personal privilege. It's just not trying to be ornery. There's no motion. Okay, so you absolutely can, and then I could rule on it, and then you can call it out of order, and then just
All right.
we're just having a time here. Okay, so online, this one's kind of weird. So I just asked for the numbers. So online, when you because we have the non-germane in a minute, excuse me, you could sign up either in support of the bill, or you could sign up not in support. You could sign up on the bill or on the underlying on the non-germane amendment. So I asked to have those numbers pulled because when you look at it, they're not separated. Like when you pull it, they're not separated. So for the regular bill, as of right now, which I think it closes at noon, so this number could change at noon. Right now, there are 444 opposed, 12 support, 456 in total on the actual checkbox. I know that probably doesn't fully match up with the testimony, but that's the count. So I may get the final number when it closes at noon and put that in, but that's where it stands right now. Okay.
I think that the deadline is midnight tonight.
Is midnight? It's midnight or noon.
I think,
Okay.
yeah.
I thought it was noon, but it's fine.
Yeah, and I also know that I was contacted by people who tried to object to put in. They opposed the both of them, and they were not able to do so. So I don't know if in the future, if this happens, if we put in the amendment number or how we handle it.
Yeah.
But
It's definitely something to flag for IT. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. So, all right, with that, we are in recess for 3 minutes, and then the vice chair takes over while I introduce the non-germane amendment. So, see you guys in 2 minutes.
And I'm turning on the microphone. The public hearing for the non-germane amendment to HB 1300 is now open.
Thank you, members. I'm here to introduce the non-germane amendment to House Bill 1300. It is still, so to clarify, it is still a work in progress. So what you have in front of you is not yet finished. Basically this came out of an attempt to address what some members saw as the shortcomings to House Bill 675. So what I want to do is kind of walk through the overarching framework, and then I'm going to go listen to what I'm sure will be some people's objections and hopefully some support, and take those into consideration, and then we will work on a final product. But all of that being said, we have a huge problem in New Hampshire where property taxes are out of control. And I'm sure there's members in this body that disagree as to the reason for that, and that's fine, and nobody in here is probably going to change their mind as to the reason of that. But the reality is they are out of control. The reality is people are being taxed out of their homes, and we are seeing a movement. We have a system now where people, towns, and school districts can adopt tax caps, but they are almost every time undermined by a kind of obscure process. So you see, like in the town of New Boston, where their voters proposed a tax cap at the local level. They proposed a 2% tax cap. The select board took that tax cap in the warrant article in deliberative and turned it into took 2% to 50% as an attempt to undermine the intent of the warrant article. In Epsom, New Hampshire, where I happen to have my business, they took a tax cap that put in a per pupil spending limit of $25,000 for students. So just to kind of put that in perspective, the average per pupil spend in the state is about $21,000. So they put in a spending cap of $4,000 more, almost 20% more than the state average. And in deliberative, they took that and made it into a $100,000 spending cap per pupil. So we have this obscure process in which taxpayers can go to seek protection that is routinely undermined by, just bluntly, some self-interested parties at times. And it's not right. It doesn't reflect the will of the people. Even if it wasn't being actively attacked and undermined, which is what we're seeing. These elections are obscure, opaque, and done in very low turnout fashion. And I've said that from the chair before. I've said this is an issue for me multiple times before. A 15% turnout election is not indicative of the will of the people. It just isn't. It just isn't. When 7.5% of the people can show up and tell the other 92% what their tax rate is going to be on their property taxes, it's not democracy. It's not what the system is set up to be. Furthermore, the way our local elections work, in my opinion, is inherently broken. If you were to design a voter suppression system in New Hampshire, it would look like the town election system, where everything's on a different day. We use these different meeting types. Sometimes you have to sit in a gymnasium for 8 hours. It's not right. It's not right. And I'll talk about my own town of Ware. So in the town of Ware, we had a tax cap proposal come forward for the school. The meeting was started at 7 o'clock on a school night. on a school night. They started it at 7 o'clock on a school night, and it went on for about 6 hours. My wife couldn't attend because someone had to watch the kid. You are shutting people out of the process, and you're not actually hearing from them. That being said, we do in this state have a long history of local control. And I think one of the shortcomings of 675 was that it did, in a way, override local control. It said you will have a tax cap. And that obviously did not garner the votes on the floor. And I kind of disagree with the members that didn't vote that way, but I at least can actually understand in good faith their position there, even though I disagree with it. So what I'm doing is I'm proposing a different system to get to a tax cap. I'm saying that we're going to have a property tax cap on the November ballot every 2 years in every town and every city. You can't edit the question. There's no games and deliberative, no 12-hour meetings where you can sit there and they can make reconsideration motions. They try to amend it. They try to turn it into a study committee. They try to put a 0 behind the number that you put up to make it multiply times 10. No games. No games. So the way this will work is there will be a question on the November ballot. Shall your town, city, and school district operate under a tax cap as provided by this RSA? If your town and school district adopts it, you get a tax cap for the next 2 years. So that's local control. So if the town adopts it, the school district adopts it, if the voters vote yes, you get a tax cap. If they vote no, there's no tax cap. There's no tax cap. Every 2 years, the voters will have an opportunity to vote if they want to live under a tax cap again. So it falls off. So there's no perpetuity. There's no, one vote happening 100 years ago is now dictating what's happening today. Every 2 years, the voters will have an opportunity to tell their town and schools and counties if they want to live under a tax cap. So it's not a statewide referendum because those are unconstitutional in New Hampshire. It would be a statewide referendum if it was applying to the state. So there's a Supreme Court opinion out of 1999, basically says you can't do referendums in New Hampshire, it undermines representative form of government, but it explicitly says you can do it at the local level. And in fact, we already do. We call these SB2 towns. SB2 towns show up and they vote on things. Somebody's going to raise an objection about, well, you're telling them what they have to vote on. We already do that with SB2 towns. We tell them they have to vote on warrant articles. We tell them they have to vote on budgets. We use direct democracy at the local level. We have a long 250-year history of doing it. All I'm saying is let's stop playing games with 15% turnout elections. Let's stop using obscure town meetings and school meetings where you have to sit in a gymnasium for 12 hours to try to protect yourself from getting taxed out of your home. And let's just ask the voters in November when they're already voting. So the lowest turnout you're going to see on that election is 60%. So everybody who's about to come up here and say, oh, these have been rejected, they've been rejected. First of all, they haven't always been rejected because Manchester has one, Rochester has one, right? We're going to actually find out what the voters want. And if they don't want a tax cap, they won't have one. If they want one, they're going to have one. And we can actually have that debate with all of the voters instead of just 15% of the pie. So what we have right now as a framework is, and we're still developing it, is it's going to be the same adoption threshold as what's at the town level now. So right now, if you want to put in a tax cap on the town level, it requires a 3/5, 60% to adopt. We're going to use the same exact threshold in November. Seems reasonable. You have it in the town. You should have it in November. We are working on what the override will look like. The courts have said you have to have an override. We're trying to find right now an override that is meaningful, but will not just be one where the majority of voters can be railroaded by a minority, because that's not right. The other thing is we're going to exclude from this capital projects. So if you want to build a new school, if you want to build a new fire department, that's going to be outside of the consideration of this. It's not going to impact your ability to develop your resources. For bonding, we're going to put in a provision that says you can bond things so long as the depreciation of it is longer than 10 years. So you can't go and bond, new pens or something, right? But if you need a new boiler, if you need a new roof, you can bond that. That's longer than 10 years. That won't be in consideration. If your town grows, right? Let's say you put in a new subdivision. There's 100 new people move in. There's 100 new homes that need services, police, firefighters, schools. It's not going to be in the consideration. We're not going to punish towns and school districts for growing. We're not going to include that in the cap. It's going to be a straight inflation tied to inflation and growth for those things that are outside of it. It's a very reasonable, modest proposal that puts the voters in charge, not the state telling the towns and the school districts what they have to do. We're going to put the voters in charge. And the last key distinction between this and House Bill 675. 675 was a spending cap. 675 told school districts how much they were allowed to spend. This is not a spending cap. It is a property tax cap. So if my friends on the left get control and they want to ship more money down from Concord into the schools and into the towns, it doesn't apply, because guess what? That money wasn't raised via property taxes. If the school district goes out and gets a grant from the Federal Department of Education and wants to spend that money, guess what? Not a problem. You didn't raise it for property taxes. I don't care. So it leaves and preserves that flexibility, saying we're not going to tell you how you're going to spend your money. We're just going to tell you you can only get so much from this pool. So where we're going from here, I'm going to keep having conversations. I am going to listen to what I'm sure will be some objections today, and I will try to address them in the final product. We'll likely have either another hearing, at a minimum we'll have another work session on this to figure out what a final product looks like. But I felt it was very important that we take something that clearly wasn't politically going to happen, which was redistricting, and we turn it into something that the voters care about. The voters are screaming at their elected officials, do something about property taxes. They're screaming at us to do it. And I'm sorry, but it's a town election doesn't work anymore. Oh, the state doesn't fund elections adequately, doesn't work anymore. Somebody's going to raise that up when I take questions. Somebody's going to raise, well, shouldn't the state pay more? The state is at the highest funding level per pupil for education that it's ever been. We just had the Meals and Rooms tax reports came out. It's the highest Meals and Rooms returns to town from the state it's ever been. Multiple things can be true at the same time. That's fair. But the reality is the voters want action on property taxes. New Hampshire elected officials want to maintain local control. And I believe with this proposal, I've been able to marry the two together, where we can still protect local control, but we can also protect property taxpayers. So I'll end with this. If Hanover doesn't want to live under a property tax, the voters of Hanover are going to vote down the tax cap. If the voters of Hudson want a property tax cap, the voters of Hudson are going to vote up a property tax cap. And one's not going to affect the other. And that's local control. So with that, I'll take some questions.
Okay, thank you, Representative Berry. Questions from the committee? Representative Newsom?
Thank you very much. You mentioned that one of your problems with the 300-year history of New Hampshire town meetings is that it's an opaque system. How is this not an opaque system as well when there's no public hearings or anything involved before voting in November?
So I'm fine with public hearings. What I'm not fine with is what's happening, which is the public undermining, right? I'll go back to Epsom trying to undermine a tax cap by increasing it fivefold, right? The problem is the process is being abused. And if the abuse wasn't happening, the state wouldn't have to act. So, everybody in this room that's over here was elected in an 83% turnout election. The people making these decisions are showing up in, at best, 15%, maybe 20% turnout elections. If they're doing town meeting, it's like in the low single digits, right? That's not actual local control. I'm sorry, but it's not. If the voters don't like this, they don't have to vote for it. It's going to be very clear. I'm sure the towns and the school districts will put out information about what this will do, and voters will make their decision, and that's fine. But the reality is we're not going to let a small group of people continue to tax the vast majority out of their homes. It's wrong. Something has to change, and this, I believe, is part of that solution.
Follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
But how is this not opaque without a public hearing on what it means if they do vote for it? What are the cuts? There's no ability for the elected bodies, the school board, the select board, to get the word out and for people to question what those cuts are. I understand everything you said about how you don't like the current traditional school meeting, town meeting body process. but in this bill, there's no public hearing when you're talking about spending. How is that not opaque and not transparent?
So I disagree with that, because this tells the budget that has to come forward, right? And they're going to be under it for 2 years. And once again, Representative, if they don't like what they see, in 2 years, they'll have the opportunity to let it fall off and go away. We're also going to have an override. So I assure you there's going to be public hearings. But the reality is, if you want to actually hear from the public, you put it on the November ballot when 60 to 80% of them are showing up and voting. That's when you hear from the public.
Go ahead, one more
One more follow-up? Yeah. Since you did mention that this is kind of a, I don't want to say a half-baked bill as it is now, or amendment as it is now, you are open to further amendment, further hearings.
Of course.
Would you be opposed to adding a requirement for a mandatory public hearing in every school district, every town, every county prior to the November, if this does pass, prior to November voting on it?
So I don't know if I'd mandate it, because I don't really love the mandates. But if you want to put that in there where they can present to the public what it will mean if they pass it, I don't care. They can do that now. Nothing stops them from doing that now. They can hold a hearing on anything that they want.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So, as I understand it, it says, the question says for the next 2 fiscal years. So if they're voting on this in November, then what will happen is the town or city municipal budget and the school district budget would then have to, in the following 2 fiscal years, have to adhere to that limitation, that particular cap, as based on inflation and then the new taxable property growth. And so there's still public hearings on the town budgets or the municipal budgets and school district budgets. So do you see that this would conflict with any of the hearings that would be normally held for the budget processes in those conditions?
No, because all you're doing is restraining one part of the revenue stream, which happens to be the part that voters are screaming about it right now.
Representative Lane.
What other revenue stream do towns have other than property taxes?
As I pointed out in my testimony, they get money from the state. Sometimes they get money from the feds. They're able to raise funds on their own. Their PTO organizations do that on their own. It's not going to be a major source, but that's the difference between a revenue cap and a spending cap. A spending cap says you can only spend so much. I don't want to get in the business of how they spend their money. There's some reps that do, by the way. In fact, a majority of state representatives voted for a constraint on school spending to 6% of administrative costs. This doesn't do that. This gives them the flexibility to spend how they want to spend. It just says you can only take so much from property taxes.
Follow up, Representative Lane?
Yes, thank you. Why is this bill before the Election Law Committee when all of the other tax cap bills have been before the Municipal and County Committee?
Yeah, so it's written into RSA 663, which is currently entitled Questions to Voters. And since this is a questions to voters that we are putting in the November election, going on to the general election ballot, it went to election law.
Another follow-up? Go ahead.
Yes, please. All of the 3 other tax caps that were passed last year also had election involved in them, but did not come to this committee.
Yep.
So why is it that this one needs to come to this committee, given our unfamiliarity with tax revenue and municipal and county regulations?
Because it's going on the November ballot, which is something the municipal and county does not know anything about. And it's once again being written into RSA 663, which is in chapter 63, entitled the Election Law Statutes. And the current title of RSA 663 is Questions to Voters.
Hang on a moment. Other questions from the committee at this point? No, then please proceed with your follow-up.
Thank you. Give me a second. What is the fiscal impact of this bill?
Are you asking?
What is the fiscal impact of this bill? Because there's no fiscal note attached to it, but most of the other tax cap bills had fiscal notes attached to them. Why is there no fiscal note attached to this bill?
Because it's an amendment, so you can send it off to LBA and request one after it comes out of committee. They will put one if the House adopts it before, if it goes off to finance. But the fiscal impact would be towns and school districts would no longer be able to pass down extreme property tax increases onto their residents. That would be the fiscal impact.
No, that's quite all right. I'm just making sure.
Okay,
Please proceed with the, Representative Bay.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Would you be opposed to moving this, if this amendment passes and now it becomes the bill, would you be opposed to moving this to another committee where all the other tax cap bills are?
So that's a question for the speaker. Neither of those committees are second committees, unfortunately, which is a problem that we run into all the time with that committee. Is they handle some of our issues. They have issues. They handle issues that we have purview over. Sometimes kind of mixed purview. We handle some issues that they have mixed purview over. Honestly, that's kind of a more convoluted question, but there needs to be a rule change that allows either one of our committees to be a second committee, because this happens all the time. And as the ranking member will know, I get incredibly frustrated by it because sometimes stuff comes out of other committees that should be re-referred to us, like when last term they took an ethics bill and it literally just took out all the ethics part and just went straight to RSA 664 and started upending campaign finance law. And I was not super popular that day in private, and I was told there was nothing I could do about it. So if you want to put in a rule change to make election law a second committee, I would be all in for that. But it's not something we can fix today.
Representative Muirhead, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious about how this might apply to how it might operate in school districts that encompass more than one town.
Yep. I would say so. It's a great question.
I can imagine, sorry, if I'm repeating a question.
No. It's actually a great question. I should have explained it. So it's the same thing for counties too. So you look at the voters that voted in that district, right? So if I'll take my school district. So I'm in the John Stark Regional School District is Ware, Stoddard, and Hopkinton. Henniker, excuse me, Henniker. Always, it's the H's that are right next to each other. Henniker. 3 different counties: Merrimack County, Hillsborough County, Cheshire County. Right? We're just going to add up the votes from those 3 from that district. So if the voters collectively in that district vote to have it, then that district will have it. That district is constrained. But if Ware adopts it at the town level and Henniker adopts it at the town level, they won't impact each other on the town side of it, but they can impact each other on the school district side of it where they're joined together. Now, Ware, also kind of weird, has its own school district that's just the elementary and middle school. So if Ware as a town adopts it, it's going to apply to the elementary and middle school, but if Henniker and Stoddard collectively are larger than Ware, then it won't apply to the high school. That's local control, right? Because we're saying let the districts prevail. It's also the same way at the county level, right? So if the majority of voters in Hillsborough County opt to live under a property tax cap, then the delegation cannot raise those funds more than inflation plus growth for the whole county, because that's local control. So if Hillsborough County adopts it, Hillsborough County will have it. If Stratford County doesn't adopt it, Stratford County won't have it. That's local control.
Let's go follow up.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And is this, just seeing the amendment, I should have studied it more before, but sorry about that. Is that covered in this, in line, page 1, lines 23 and what follows? Is that where that?
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me because I don't have the
Okay,
printed
never
copy, but that is the intent of the direction we're going. So one of the things we have to explore is, can we do it at the county level?
And the 3/5, could you address the 3/5?
So the 3/5 is what's in place now at the local level. So if you want to adopt a tax cap on either your school or the town, you have to do a 3/5, usually in March. For cities, some cities November, some cities October, but it's 3/5. So that's the standard now. I don't want to change the standard, right? It would be very easy to get up here and say it should be a simple 50% because it's a much larger turnout election. But I think if we've decided as a state that it's 3/5, 60% at the town level, we should use that same metric because we are doing effectively a town election just on a November ballot.
Representative Lane, did you still have another follow-up?
Oh, yes.
Very good. Please proceed.
Speaking of the 3/5, on page 3, line 22, to override it, you need 3/5 of all voters.
Yep.
All voters, not just those voting on it.
Yep.
So to override it, it's a much higher threshold. Am I correct in reading it that way?
Correct. And as I said in my testimony, we are still working out what a final agreement on the overrides will be to get the votes on the floor. That's what I put in to get the amendment rolling. It could end up there. My guess is it doesn't, just to be blunt. But I had to put something in to recognize that there has to be, the courts have said there has to be an override. So the current override is once again just a 3/5 stock vote. My issue with that, and I'm happy to deliberate this with anybody who wants to, is if you have a 3/5 vote to enact it in an 80% turnout election, how is it right that 3/5 gets to undo it in a 15% turnout election? That's not right. That's overriding the will of a majority. So we're in debates. We're having deliberations on what's reasonable. I don't think we're going to end up with 3/5 of all voters, but something had to be put down and moved forward.
Representative Wehry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just a clarification. So it says the question, but actually it sounds like the implementation of this would be a series of separate questions addressed to the town, addressed to the school district, and addressed to the county.
Yep. So that's another thing we're looking at. Right now it's one question. So it's basically, do you want to be under one, yes or no? There certainly talks about should we split it out by county, school district, locality. It's something that I'm open to, but right now it's one question. These are all things that honestly I'm going to go in the other room and listen to it and see what people say. And for the ones who are constructive, we're going to try to work that in. This is not a final product.
Representative Newsom.
Thank you. The copy I have unfortunately doesn't have page 2, which I believe is where the math is.
Yeah.
Could you run us through the math?
Yep. So we're right now we're working on what the definition of basically new growth is, right? So the intention of it is, as I said in my testimony, you have a new subdivision that goes into your town, right? We have to account for that somehow, right? But the inflation right now is just what is the previous Northeast CPI, Consumer Price Index. So, it's another thing that we can look at. A lot of these tax caps use like 3 year rolling averages to kind of smooth out the rise and fall. There's ups and downs to that, right? Obviously, it gives you more predictability if you're underneath it. Kind of the downside of it is you can end up with levying taxes higher when the CPI is going down, right? They're kind of inverted. So that can kind of create negative pressure. There's good and bad things about it, right? Stability on one side of it, not not running against market forces on the other. These are all things that we as a committee are going to have to work out, and I'm going to have to work out to see if we can get the votes on the floor.
Representative Lane, did you want another follow-up? You'll defer to Representative.
It's related to the equation. If memory serves, you may have a multiplication versus addition in the wrong place on there.
Yeah, it's possible in the bill it's in the wrong spot. It totally could be because, once again, I'm trying to get the ball rolling on this. I needed to see what people were going to say. And unfortunately, with something like this, if you're going to do it right, you got to kind of put it out there and be like, all right, what are they going to say? And that's what's going to happen today. We're going to have a public hearing. People are going to say things. Hopefully there's some constructive criticism and not just outright criticism. And anything that's constructive is going to be taken in. And then we're going to do what they used to do all the time in Concord, which is we're going to legislate and we're going to try to find a product that gets us a majority. And I'd love it, Representative Newsom, if we ever got you on board, that'd be amazing. But I don't think we're headed that direction.
If the negotiations you refer to have people from both sides of the aisle, I'd appreciate it.
We could work on whoever wants to come in good faith to protect the property taxpayers of New Hampshire. I'm fine with that, but I understand this is a little bit unorthodox. But I don't see kind of looking at where we are on the calendar, I didn't see another option to do this other than in this open, transparent process where we're going to talk, there's going to be disagreements, and we're going to see what we can get done for the property taxpayers in New Hampshire, because I think that they deserve it. I think that the 83% of the people that elected us to do something about this issue need us to lead, and that's what I'm doing. And sometimes when you lead, you fail. I could fail. It could blow up in my face. It's very possible. But I'm happy to try and fail than to just sit back and let people be taxed out of their homes because we just didn't want to deal with it because it was awkward and it was uncomfortable and they were going to send nasty emails. I don't care. I want to deliver for people. I'm here to do it. And once again, if it blows up in my face, it blows up in my face.
Further questions? Representative Lane?
Yes, thank you. Could you explain how this works with the other 3 tax caps that we just voted on last year and how all of this is supposed to work? Because frankly, I find it confusing.
Yep, I hear you. There is actually a piece of that in there. I did already think of that. So the more restrictive one would apply, right? So if your town adopts, this is right now inflation plus new growth, right? If your town adopted something that's more restrictive, we don't want to come in and just override that, right? So the more restrictive one would apply.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Lane.
So who determines which one's the most restrictive?
It's the smaller number on property tax. I believe that's actually in the bill already. It's the smaller number. Whichever one is taking less from property taxes. And this is to your point, Representative Lane, this is where some of this is different because some of these are spending caps. Like Manchester doesn't have a property tax cap. They have a spending cap. This is not a spending cap. This is a property tax cap.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Wilhelm?
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. You mentioned the 1999 advisory opinion. I'm not super familiar with it. I think we could all use a copy of it to take a look. In there, does it explicitly permit municipal and county level referenda?
Yes, and I can actually read to you. So county, we haven't seen yet because no one's tested this on the county level. When I said that, we have to make sure we can actually do this on the county level. The courts very well could apply the same standard because we use state representatives as delegates. So the courts very well could apply that standard. I don't think that's going to be the case because our delegation duties are assigned by RSA and not by the state constitution. So the honest answer to the question is on the county level, I don't know yet. And it might be worth getting an advisory opinion from them if we can do it on the county level. I will note Hillsborough County just passed a 22% property tax increase in the last budget. I voted. I didn't get to vote for it, I had to leave because once again I had to deal with my family. But I was there to voice my opinion for it till I had to leave. But I'm pulling up the language right now from the courts that explicitly says we can do it. So if you give me just a second, or if I get internet access, I will read it to you. But it explicitly says in there. It explicitly says it references a decision from 1879, and it explicitly says in there that you can use direct voter questions for local issues, but you cannot use them for state issues. So in the 1999 opinion of the courts, it was in response to the initial Claremont decision, and the legislature wanted to put to a question to all voters, how do you want to handle this? Which taxation method do you want to use, A or B, right? And that they were going to bind the legislature to it. And that's what the court said was unconstitutional, was you can't bind the legislature, the Concord, to the, you can't bind Concord to that decision because we have a representative form of government, but you can bind localities, and I now have the quote. Sorry, it took me a second. All right. So this is from the 1999 opinion of the Justices Tax Plan Referendum. Given the democratic nature of town government that has existed in the state from the time of the New Hampshire Constitution was adopted, it is reasonable to conclude that it is intended that matters of local legislation and regulation, as enumerated by the legislature, continue to be put directly before the voters of the locality. And that referenced an 1879 decision, Bowles versus Landolph, where it starts off with legislative powers can be delegated to towns only in local town affairs.
Go ahead.
And currently, the delegation to the municipalities happens in town meeting, correct?
Correct, because the legislature allows it.
Because of our democratic form of government.
And that's what this is. This is a vote of the voters in November.
Instead of relying on the system that we've used for 250 years, where we've got a very representative form of government in Concord and also town meeting.
Is that a question?
Yes.
He wants a follow-up, so he's looking for. So I hear that, and I hear the point you're trying to make. My issue is it's broken, and it's not representative. 15% turnout elections are not representative of the voters. They're just not. And this body, it might come, hopefully it comes to this body, is one day going to have to deal with the following question. Every single voter is entitled to participate in either a deliberative or a traditional town meeting process if you're not under city government. Correct? Anybody refute that? Every single voter. Can any one of you name a venue in your town that can handle 50% of your voters at a deliberative or a town meeting? So what's going to happen if you actually get representative government over at the town level? You actually can't handle it. You actually cannot handle it. We had that happen in Merrimack for the first time. Town of about 30,000 people. They had to cancel their school deliberative because they had too many people show up and they couldn't handle it. So this form of government that has existed for 250 years, 300 years, worked great when there was 200 or 300 people in a town. It doesn't work so great when there's 20,000, 10,000 people in a town. It's not representative. You actually cannot accommodate it. You actually could not accommodate it. The only place that could possibly accommodate this would be maybe Manchester at their stadium, but even that's only like 16,000 people, and they have 80,000 registered voters. So even they can't get to 50% if they wanted to do this. They don't do it. They use city government. But so to your point about it being representative, it's not. The current system is not representative. It's getting hijacked. It's getting abused. It's on different days of a calendar. It uses an obscure process. I want to cut to the chase. If voters want a tax cap, let's give them one. But let's let them vote first. If they don't want it, they don't vote it in. If they want it, they vote it in. That's democracy.
Representative Lane.
Thank you. Have the 13 communities with tax caps experienced property tax relief?
So that's a great point. This is not a relief bill, it's a protection bill. I don't call it a relief bill, it's protection. If I said relief, it's protection. They deserve relief from the increases, that's for sure, because you have school districts that have put forward compounding 7-year, year-over-year salary increases. Someone has to pay for that, and it is the property taxpayers. So they do need relief from the abuse, but this will at least protect them going forward. And I honestly think we should go because we're going to jam the committee up. So I'm happy to keep going, but at some point we have to move on. I promise you'll get another second track of this.
And that's the point I wanted to raise just now. I'm not going to shut off questioning, of course, from my fellow committee members, but if we could all consider our schedule constraints today and remember that there will be further discussion on an amendment to HB 1300. That's just asking that we consider our schedule constraints. And Representative Lane, you did have your hand up for a follow-up question. So please.
Okay. Hasn't the trend over the last 8 to 10 years been for the state to cut state revenues and reduce those taxes that generate those revenues, thereby yielding less money that can go to the towns?
That would be fair if we weren't at record high per pupil funding for education and we didn't just have record Meals and Rooms returns. You know, it's been a $40 million increase over 4 years or something like that for Meals and Rooms alone. So money, in my opinion, and this is not really the purview of this bill, my opinion, too much money is not the problem here. New Hampshire on school spending is, depending on which study you want to look at, it's either 6th or 4th highest in the country for per pupil spending, right? And as it comes to this sort of deal, we value local control, which is why we've always had a local funding model for this stuff. Because if someone else is paying, if you get to spend unlimited and somebody else has to pick up the bill, you have no incentive to be restrained. And we're seeing some of that. We're seeing some of that.
Okay, Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Are there any tax cap bills being heard this year that this amendment may be germane to?
I don't know.
Are there further questions from the committee? If we encourage him, he won't stop. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Go ahead, Representative Lund.
I like this for what it's worth.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I think
No.
this is actually a point of order, but I'm sure I'll be corrected if it's not. This is a very controversial bill. And allowing 5 minutes for it for a hearing may wreck our schedule, but the schedule was set by the chair, knowing that this was a very controversial bill. So I think to try to shame us into not asking more questions is not really appropriate.
I will respond to that. I see that more as an expression of a personal opinion, which is welcome. I have not actually attempted to constrain the asking of further questions. I will admit that personally I'm eager to hear from the public, but I have made no effort to constrain questions. So if there are further questions, please raise your hand and be recognized. Excuse me.
I think that we are going to hold them until the working session or the next hearing.
Okay, I think that's reasonable with the understanding I was not attempting to constrain your right as a committee member to ask a question. So seeing no further questions from the committee members, I am now going to turn to what I see as the chief purpose of this public hearing. Though this discussion was very interesting to me as well. And I'm going to address the witnesses in the order in which I received the cards. So first up, Heather Robitaille. Did I pronounce that correctly? Very good. Thank you. And please let us know what you think. Okay. Ms. Robitaille, would you defer to the representative? No, that's fine. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for speaking up. Yeah, right. Hang on. Okay. All right. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the House Election Law Committee for this opportunity to testify. I am Representative Tom Schamberg of Merrimack 6, representing the towns of Wilmot and Sutton. I'm serving my 10th year on the House Ways and Means Committee. I'm also serving my 12th consecutive year on the Wilmot Select Board, and it is from this position that I must speak about Amendment 0093, how it would materially constrain our town's local revenue authority in 4 interconnected ways. First, the direct fiscal impact of caps would determine how much revenue a local government like Wilmot and Sutton may raise regardless of actual cost increases for items like health insurance, utilities, and labor contracts. Second, the increased exposure to state-mandated or state underfunded services would shift greater fiscal risk back to municipalities and would prevent our communities from backfilling gaps in public safety, infrastructure mandates, education, when state funding proves insufficient by having a levy cap. Budget gaps must be closed through service reductions, fund balance use, or delayed investments. Third, the amendment creates new ongoing administrative requirements for local governments like Wilmot and Department of Revenue without an identified state funding source, potentially increasing local compliance costs. Fourth, because of the CPIU, the proposed, which stands for Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, and property growth,
rather than actual expenditure drivers, revenue may be misaligned with real-world cost increases. Using CPIU to limit funding growth ties local government revenue capacity to general consumer inflation rather than to real operating cost, reducing fiscal flexibility and increasing financial pressure on essential public services when costs grow faster than the CPIU. Taken together, these effects erode local fiscal autonomy, weaken service reliability, and increase likelihood of deferred maintenance, service cuts, or higher user fees, outcomes that ultimately shift costs on Wilmette and Sutton residents rather than promote fiscal discipline. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Will you take questions from the committee?
If they're easy.
Hang on. Wait. Hold on 1 second, please. Are you providing written testimony?
I will bring up the one copy.
Oh, thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lurie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm on the budget committee for Hudson, a frugal 120 plus million area. Most of the requirements for or expenditures are related to salaries, both in the town and in the school district. Do you and you? I think you said this would put caps on a lot of this different areas. You rattled off several, I think, in your testimony. Do you see that this would be harmful to the staffing levels somehow in the school district or the towns?
Thank you for your question. I can see that as your community grows, you're going to see needs for individuals to fill positions. And the cap requirement based on the CPI and just the growth, property growth, is going to limit your ability to respond to your constituents' needs, your community's service areas. Yes, I do see that this is going to be a negative effect upon the filling of positions.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Wary, follow up.
Yes. The third point you raised in your list of four concerns was it would, I think the third one said it would create additional administrative requirements to implement. Can you explain that a little bit or expand on that a little bit?
Sure, I can try. And I think it goes to what Representative Lane had brought up about the fiscal note that should be attached to a bill like this, even though it's a temporary open bill. Okay. The workload that the state puts upon towns, county governments of certain restrictions or certain qualifications for communities to be able to spend money, or they have to go this way, they have to take care of this particular object with these rules attached. And it takes time for administrators, even the DRA, to see what the rules are, what the law is saying, and how the towns are supposed to apply it. And then they do audits. And when you don't fulfill on what the audit or what the rules say you should have done, you get dinged. We have one administrator in the town of Wilmette. She handles everything from A to Z on policy, on compliance, on everything. And we're going to add more rules and regulations to that load. She needs, or the administrator needs, possibly to get some pay increase out of this. But if we have caps on it, we're not going to be able to have that flexibility to maybe hire her an assistant. I am a moderate centrist on economic affairs. I believe that we should come together and come up, as Representative Berry had suggested, come together with solutions. But this needs to be discussed further, even if it has to go to a study committee. It has to go somewhere. It just can't be done in one more hearing. I do not believe that.
Representative Guzovsky.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Thank you. Just a quick question. As a fellow selectman, the reality...
Which town?
Northwood.
Thank you, sir.
The reality is we have people constantly coming to us complaining about taxes. Understanding that this is just a work in progress, would you have any type of suggestion that we could bring forward? Because it's easy to maybe, and I don't mean this wrongly, nitpick a work in progress to say what's not good, but would you agree that there is a definite problem that needs to be addressed?
Thank you for the question. I think Northwood, about a month ago, had a fundraiser for their Parks and Recreation Department, did they not? And I contributed to that. But that's not the answer for me to contribute to Northwood. Okay? And I don't know how to say this without upsetting my leadership on this, but there have been bills that have been presented to committees and to the legislature on how to resolve a lot of this property tax increase. And it's caused by the state of New Hampshire. It is not caused by the local select boards. They operate on a tight budget, and they have people sitting out there in the audience that question everything. Everything. And it is a difficult job to explain to them. It is not the select board, and it is not the counties that are causing this problem. It is located right here under the Golden Dome.
Further questions from the committee? If not, thank you very much, Representative.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to step in front of this.
Well, it was understood by all, I believe, that you had specific time constraints.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. And Heather Robitaille, please. And thank you very much for your consideration allowing the representative to meet his meeting obligations.
Thank you, committee, for hearing my testimony today. My name is Heather Robitaille. I am a proud Granite State resident of the town of Merrimack. I'm here to speak to you as a parent of a student that's in our school district. I want to share that I am currently chair of the Merrimack School District Budget Committee and have been a president of various local parent-teacher organizations for 3 years. And while I'm not here to speak on behalf of any of those organizations, I do want to share my experience and personal opinion. I am very opposed to this non-germane amendment. In Merrimack right now, we're going through our school district budget process as well as the town budget process. Right now, we are looking at reducing 16 teachers and a total of 21 school district staff members, which has currently been proposed by our administration and recommended by the school board. While these cuts have not been officially approved yet, this is the attempt and the lengths that our district has gone through to try to level fund our budget, to try to keep it as close to our previous operating budget as possible. And the headwinds that we face and the reason so many staff members are, about to lose their jobs is because one of the things we're seeing is we're anticipating around $300,000 less in adequacy funding from the state, as well as facing a 14% increase in healthcare costs for our staff. These are factors that are going to continue to impact us. And I think as we're looking at tax caps and resorting to things like that, it's going to cause districts to make cuts that are not sustainable. The state is expanding funding for programs like EFAs and cutting revenues and still failing to meet its constitutional obligation to adequately fund public education. I believe that if we make things easier for trying to push tax caps through, we're failing to address the heart of the issue, which is how the state funds public education. I wholeheartedly believe that property taxes are an issue. I hear it in my town. I know it's heard across other towns. But this could have repercussions that could really destroy public schools in New Hampshire. You can't continually cut staff and still be able to provide an education where over 90% of New Hampshire's children receive their education from. I don't believe that Granite Staters should be forced to choose between being able to stay in their homes and providing a bright future for our students and our children. As a PTA member, I can tell you that we do fundraise. We do a lot of fundraising, and it still comes from families, and it comes from our local businesses who are generous enough to support our schools. And we're looking at maybe tens of thousands of dollars. But as you know from looking at school budgets, that's not enough to subsidize a school or an entire district. I heard the sponsor of this amendment, and I believe that if there are concerns about the democracy of our local elections, then it seems to me that the focus should be on measures to increase voter turnout and ease of voting, such as absentee ballot processes and voter registration. It was also mentioned that Merrimack did have a deliberative session where we had, the number he said was 30,000 people show up, and it did have to be not canceled but rescheduled. And since then, our town and administration from the school district have worked really closely with our police department and schools to ensure that overflow seating is available for when we anticipate larger turnouts, which especially during some more contentious budget times, we do see attendance. So I don't believe that this attempt to address property taxes is in the best interest of Granite Staters and our children. Thank you. I will take questions.
We'll take questions. Other
Yes.
questions from the committee? Representative Wary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. In the rules that the Department of Education puts out, there's staffing maximum student to teacher ratios, mins and max. Do some of the cuts that were proposed fall outside of the ranges recommended by the Department of Education?
Thank you for the question. Class size was something that was looked at for our district, and the class sizes will be going up. For the most part, they will continue to fall within those recommended guidelines. We did see the addition of one teacher added back into the budget because in this particular fourth grade, we would actually be exceeding the recommended class sizes. So that will help us for now, but as we see additional hotels that are being put in Merrimack, additional housing developments, this could change.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, Caitlin Bernier. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for listening to my testimony. My name is Caitlin Bernier, and I live in Merrimack, New Hampshire, where I have lived for over 30 years and chose to raise my children there. I love it that much. I am very involved in many things in the town. I'm on the school planning and building committee, and I'm also on the school budget committee. I am here in opposition of HB 13,000. Non-germane amendment. It is a clear overreach by the state and incredibly ironic considering New Hampshire considers to defy court orders to adequately fund public education. This amendment is another wildly unpopular and tone-deaf attempt of a select few to force a budget cap on public schools after the bill failed to pass on its own. This gives more merit to the concern that some of our elected officials are trying to defund public education and use public tax dollars on private schools for wealthy families. The impact of the state forcing a budget cap on public schools would be detrimental. From experience in my district, 4 years ago, we started to invest more heavily into literacy improvements, and that came with a cost. The return on investment, though, has been huge. We have seen incredible increases in our literacy. We are above the state averages in all of our tested areas, and we have seen these impacts that will continue to affect our students and their progress for years to come. We also utilized all the grants possible to be able to do this so that we would lower any sort of cost that this might have to our taxpayers. Did you know that public schools who have an increase in special ed costs are legally and morally obligated to provide FAPE, and that cost is absorbed into the school budget and not reimbursed until the following year? Unfortunately, our state has not been reimbursing the amount anticipated, and that affects, you guessed it, taxpayers. So again, the state is forcing public schools to increase costs, and the perception is that public schools are asking for more money from property taxpayers. This public school tax budget cap amendment has nothing to do with election law and is a sneaky, devious attempt to shift more taxpayer dollars away from public education by a state that continues to underfund an adequate public education. You're not listening to your constituents with this bill, and we're paying attention. If you want to provide relief to property taxpayers, start by adequately funding public education, special ed aid reimbursement, and school employee health insurance. There are bills coming that lower the limited revenue our state currently receives, which seems to benefit a wealthy few and definitely not helping my property taxes. If you would like to hear anything else that your constituents have to say, I recommend reaching out to them and maybe going to any of the meetings that they have, the school board or the budget meetings that they may have. That is all I have, and I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the witness from the committee? Representative Newsom.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Could you run through the special ed reimbursement delay and how that would be affected if this proposed amendment were to pass?
Yes, thank you for the question. So when you have a student that comes in maybe new or you anticipated them, the cost that exceeds over $75,000, the state is supposed to step in and pay 80% of that as a reimbursement the following year. So the school district pays upfront for all the special ed students, as we should, just like everybody else, and then we're supposed to be getting reimbursed based on all the invoices and everything else, 80% of that, until it gets to $200,000, and then the state is supposed to be paying for the entire fund. So that doesn't happen until the following year. This would not give you an adequate or accurate a budget for how much a student might be. A special ed student might come in mid-year after you've already set your budget, and you would still need to be able to pay these costs for them, and you wouldn't get reimbursed until the following year. And the previous commissioner, had lowered the reimbursement to, I believe it was 67% was the most recent that districts got back. So they're only getting back 67% of what they thought they were going to, what they were supposed to get back from the year before. I hope that answers your question.
Well, thank you. Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, Margaret Burns. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Margaret Burns. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Municipal Association, here to speak in opposition to the non-germane amendment to House Bill 1300. I want to start by saying that this bill does propose a universal mandate. It does mandate that the voters act on a question every 2 years in perpetuity, whether the voters or the local leaders wish to act on that question or not. There has been some testimony about local voters not being in charge, but I also want to make clear that current law puts local voters in charge already of budgets, as well as tax caps and other limitations that can be adopted locally. RSA Chapter 32 enables select boards or voters through petition to propose and adopt tax caps through town meeting. Cities can establish tax caps through their charters, many have, and towns that are incorporated in the charter form of government can do the same. The current tax cap process in state law mandates a public hearing. And of course, for towns, whether SB2 or traditional, it also means that there is an opportunity for discussion, debate, and further education, either at the deliberative session or on the floor of the business session before the tax cap question is taken up. So more opportunity for discussion about how the tax cap or the budget cap may affect the municipality, the budgets, and the voters. Additionally, putting this question on the general election ballot as opposed to on a town warrant creates confusion, because when voters go to the polls to vote in a state general election, they are not at that time being confronted or asked to think about town budget issues. The town budget isn't on the state general election ballot. Other issues related to the town budget are not on that ballot, and yet they are being asked to vote on a purely local tax cap or budget cap limitation, and that can create confusion for the voters and also confusion about the two very distinct election processes that happen, right? The general election versus the town election and town meeting process. Current law also does allow the voters and allow towns different options for how to calculate a tax cap if they wish to adopt one locally. Current law has a dollar amount, a fixed percentage, or a multiplication factor option. This bill proposes only one option, and I'm going to come back around to that just in a moment about some of the issues with the methodology that is included in the non-germane amendment. Additionally, the current process for adopting and implementing a tax cap does have more voter flexibility in that voters have the ability to override the tax cap should they wish to as part of the town meeting. The bill as written would require a special town meeting essentially to override the tax cap, and remember that in SB2 towns a special town meeting means a two-part election with the deliberative session and the ballot session taking place. The bill also creates an essentially impossibly high threshold. It states that a majority of all registered voters on the taxing jurisdiction must vote to override. Very different standard for overriding the tax cap than what exists in current RSA Chapter 32, or that would exist in municipal charters that have a tax cap or a budget limitation. There's also the confusion I think that it can create where if voters adopt at the November general election the tax cap provision contained in House Bill 1300, but their municipality already has a tax cap, it would appear that the general ballot question would override the already locally adopted tax cap, but only for a period of time, if, depending on which one is more restrictive, and then if the voters don't re-adopt the tax cap limitation via general ballot in the next general election, presumably it would bounce back to their local budget or tax cap, which is a little bit of a confusing scenario, I think, both for local leaders and for voters. But putting all of that aside, the bill is also rife with technical issues. So even if for a moment we put aside the policy question about whether a question on the general election ballot relative to tax caps is appropriate, there are serious technical issues here that would need to be addressed or fixed if possible. One thing that stands out is that the bill uses the language, quote, taxing jurisdiction. At first, it seems to refer to the municipality, as the municipality is the entity, essentially, that collects the taxes for the school, for the county, for the municipality. But then later, it refers to taxing jurisdiction, it seems, in lines 4 through 7 on page 2, as each local government entity. The school district is a taxing jurisdiction, the county is a taxing jurisdiction, and that is not accurate. That simply doesn't match up with the New Hampshire system or the New Hampshire law. The method of calculation simply does not match up to the way that taxes are set in New Hampshire. So if you will indulge me for one more minute, let's take, for example, a town that has a March town meeting. The budget that goes to the March town meeting is a statement of proposed expenditures as well as estimated non-tax revenues, by which I mean that there's a proposal of what we'd like to spend on and a dollar amount for that. That is that, and then included on a separate line is what we anticipate getting in non-tax revenue, state aid, motor vehicle registrations, things that don't come out of property taxes. But it's important to remember that at that time, those are simply estimates. The bill seems to contemplate that at the time of adoption in March or April or May or whenever your budget is adopted, that you will know, that the town will know what the quote tax levy is at that time. And that is simply not how it works. In the months after town meeting, towns have to report to the Department of Revenue on their revenues that have actually been collected. State agencies have until October 1st to report on the state aid that will be coming to municipalities. And so only at that time does the municipality really know what they can expect in state aid, as opposed to what they estimated in state aid at the time that the budget was adopted. And only then can the actual property tax levy be determined in the fall, October or November. Additionally, it's the deadline for reporting on the total property valuation to the Department of Revenue is not until September 1st. So that's another reason why the tax rate is not set until the fall, right? It's not set at the time that the budget is adopted in the spring. This is really important because a town could adopt a budget in March that appears to keep the tax levy within the so-called budget limitation. But by the time we get to the fall, it could be a different case because state revenues or other non-tax revenues were not as estimated. And so they may at that time realize that they have so-called violated this budget limitation. And then the question becomes, what does the Department of Revenue or the town do with that information? The bill seems to indicate that it has to be declared void if it exceeds the limitation, but there's no process in place for what a town does in that scenario and how they move forward with their budget. So these are just some of the technical issues that are in the bill that would be important to fully address or fix. And if they are not, there could be serious chaos and confusion at the local level in implementing this if adopted locally. I really appreciate your time. I know it's been a long hearing. Thank you.
It's quite all right. Will you accept questions from the committee?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Okay, thank you. Representative Burnham.
Thank you for taking my question. So I represent a district that has several mobile homes, okay? And last year, the mobile home residents averaged about $500 for the year for property taxes. In 1 year, I can state that I know of one, and I know that there's several because I've heard from them. Their property tax went from $520 to $2,600 on a fixed income. Do you think that's a fair assessment for our taxpayers to not have a voice about their tax increases?
I would not agree that it's fair for voters to not have a choice, and that's why we have a system that does give them a choice, both through the adoption of the budget process as well as the ability to adopt a tax or a budget cap that already exists in RSA Chapter 32. So if they didn't have a voice in that, then absolutely that would be unfair, but that's not the current state of the law right now. Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Lurie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You said that this would cause a lot of chaos. Is there an assumption there's no chaos in the budget process now?
At least in the budget process as of now, we have relatively clear parameters about how to set a budget, what it looks like, what goes in, what does not, how it's adopted locally, the thresholds for adopting different appropriations depending on what they are. This simply defies our system. It assumes that information is known at a time when it is not yet known. That being the tax levy is not yet known until later in the year, months later in the year after town meeting takes place for the majority of our municipalities. And that's part of the challenge here.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Next up, Brian Hawkins. Brian Hawkins. Oh, okay, great. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for hearing my testimony. For the record, my name is Brian Hawkins. I'm here representing NEA New Hampshire. We represent local educator unions in school districts all across the state. We're here in opposition to the non-germane amendment. I'll say a lot of what I came prepared to talk about has been said, so okay. I'll try not to repeat that. I would echo the comments made by the previous speakers with respect to the value that voters hold in the public services that they receive at the local level, whether that's your public school, whether that is your public safety or your public works departments. And the concern here is the same as was reiterated earlier, that this puts those services in danger. Once again, I'll reiterate that this is an artificial formula that's being placed upon local voters' ability to fund their public services, and the uncertainty that this will create from year to year when communities are trying to hire, to make planning, and to plan for future expenses. And one of the obvious things that this does not take into account is the issue that the legislature itself created, which was that it does not fund its share of supporting local communities. In fact, it is going in the opposite direction in many of those ways. In many ways, some of you may remember back in 2011 during the recession when the legislature decided that it would pull back the 35% of subsidy for retirement costs. That's a pretty big hit. That's much higher than inflation. And so that's just one example. So people have brought up others of costs that this formula would not take into account. It was already brought up about the concerns about the override issues, and so I won't repeat those. I'll just leave you with the fact that people want, at the end of the day, the voters who are coming out to these deliberative sessions and to town meeting and to SB2 vote days, is that they value these public services, they value public education, and so I don't think we should demean that. Those are voters who care about their communities. If a community wants to vote on a tax cap or a spending cap or the other variety of options that the legislature has created for them, it is a very low threshold to bring that before the voters. It is not a prohibitive threshold to put forward a petition warrant article, or in some cases have your local board do the same. So I'll leave you with that, and we respectfully ask that the committee find this non-germane amendment inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Will you accept questions?
Yes.
Okay. Questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, David Trumbull, I believe. Yes, Mr. Trumbull.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull, and I'm opposed to this bill for 3 reasons. First is that local people and local towns have constitutional and statutory options right now to address this issue. Obviously, the towns can bring their own methods for tax caps, and RSA 39 sets up petition warrant articles with 25 signatures. Second is that the property tax crisis in New Hampshire is not a locally created problem. It was created by the state. Look at the downshifting. You were heard about the pensions. You're supposed to pay 35%, and you're not living up to that. Look at Medicaid. Once upon a time, the state paid all of the state share of that for nursing homes. Now, you've put half of that burden onto the counties. Look at special education. What percentage do you think the state pays of special ed in this state? It's 11%. You heard a number about 80%. That's 80% within a tiny little program. But of the total $900 million we spend in this state on special ed, you, the representatives of the state government, pay 11%, leaving 85% to the townspeople. They didn't create the problem. They're suffering because you have not lived up to your responsibilities as the state legislature. When it comes to general education, we pay 25% of the cost at the state level. 50th in the nation. All other states pay more than we do. The national average is half the cost of education. We pay 25%. Yes, there may be a property tax crisis because the state has not done its share that it is obligated to do. The third thing is look at the constitutional issues here. I listened to Representative Berry's speech, and I have a copy of that 1999 decision. And I think he did not exactly cite what it was intending to say completely. There was a case about a statewide referendum on school funding back along in the Claremont case. It was not a case explicitly about whether or not a local referendum could be imposed by the state. So in other words, that decision did not have a holding relevant to this tax bill. The quotation that he gave you was what they would call in lawyer world dictum. It's not a holding. It's just things that they say along the way as they're trying to come to their decision. But the court did have some things that were holdings that were very relevant that you should consider. First, they said, by the Constitution, legislative power is vested not in the towns but in the Senate and the House of Representatives. And without a well-established ground of exception, the Senate and House are incapable of delegating their legislative powers. They go on to say, 2 broad rules of law apply in determining whether and under what circumstances the legislature has the authority to delegate its legislative powers to the voters. The first is that the legislator is prohibited from abdicating its legislative power. This first rule is rooted in the philosophy of John Locke, because the power to legislate is a delegated power from the people, and the legislator has no power to delegate it to anyone else. And also the separation of powers doctrine. The power to legislate is an exclusive power granted to the legislature. Then lastly, what about giving it to the voters? And they looked at that, and they talked about giving it back to the voters, and they say, no, the voters gave you the power, you take an oath to the Constitution. And they say, while there might be good reason to grant municipalities a limited power of making local law, it was not wise to attempt to carry on the work of state legislation and town meeting. So I would say that that decision does not support that this bill is constitutional. There was some dictum about how we have town meetings and it's a great form of democracy. But the major holding of that was that it's your job to write the laws. You also know that when RSA 541 came along, that's when they rewrote the Administrative Procedures Act. You wrote a letter to the Supreme Court and said, give us an opinion on the constitutional aspects. This is 1981. Supreme Court said, you can't delegate away your responsibility to write the laws. It's your job and only your job under separation of powers. So I think that what this bill does is it tries to send away your responsibilities. One last thing is...
Excuse me, could you suspend for just a moment? I'm hearing conversation to my left, which is distracting. Gentlemen, if you need to, you can take it outside. Okay, so please desist. Thank you. I apologize for that.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. One last thing is the language of the law makes this happen. In Roman numeral 2, it says, the question shall appear on the ballot by operation of law and shall not require legislative approval, petition, or local warrant article. So by operation of law, what does that mean? I was kind of curious. So I looked that up, and every case I can find about that talks about when rights arise from the happening of an event. What kinds of events propel an operation of law? The death of a joint tenant. When somebody dies, a life estate might have passed to somebody. When a minor hits 18, events happen. And as an operation of law, then you get to do the contract or not do the contract or whatever. This bill basically says that we're forcing something to happen and claiming in the statute that we're not forcing anything to happen. It's just going to happen as an operation of law. No, you are forcing every single town every 2 years to keep voting on this in perpetuity. That is a mandate, and I don't think the Supreme Court of New Hampshire would uphold that. Certainly the logic of that 1999 decision with all of the rhetoric in that decision about how you can't give up your power, I think would be a strong argument against this bill having no chance in the courts. So I overall would oppose this bill. All of the policy arguments you've heard about caps being bad, just think about it. In your hometown, a 3% cap. In my town, we had our budget for the school. They got a 5-year transportation contract. The cheapest one they got was 10% per year. The health insurance is going up 8 to 10% a year. Utility bills are going up 10% a year. If you have a 3% cap, how could you run your school? You couldn't. To answer your question, you're going to have to lay people off. You're going to have to cut extracurriculars. You're going to have to cut art and music and AP classes and have large class sizes. The impact on children in our state, don't forget, 90% of the kids go to public schools. You'll impact our state largely. This is the state saying we don't want to pay for public schools, and now we're going to find a way to say the towns, you can't pay for public schools either. It's wrong. Thank you.
You're welcome. Will you take questions from the committee?
Yes, sir.
Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony and for being here today.
You're welcome.
All right, next up, Representative Perez. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you. Thank you, committee members. I have a very unique information for you. Two-sided. One, pardon me, but I was at a town council meeting with budget until 1:30 in the morning. But I'm going to back up. I put a cap on my town warrant article for the school last March, Fortunately, it was very similar to this. It was based on enrollment and what we're allowed to do, because we are allowed to do that, and CPI. And fortunately, at the deliberative, a gentleman made it into a study, which was perfect, because my SAU did a 16-page, very detailed study of a tax cap for the school district. They would have had to lay off 10 teachers. So take that forward to last night. I was at my town budget. Okay, we are increasing our town budget, proposing 7.1%, certainly way over a cap of a CPI of 3.1, 3.2. Of that 7.1%, 72% are salaries and benefits. 72% are salary and benefits. So you put this cap on the town, you know what's going to happen? You're going to lay off police. You're going to lay off fire department. You're not going to get your streets plowed. This is a crisis. Now, I'm a piranha anyways, because I worked very hard on the floor to change for an amendment against 675 on the 8th. So I'm not afraid to speak up and tell you this will not work in my town. It showed. I showed it to them, or they showed it to me last March, and they showed it to me again in the town side last night. Thank you. I'll take questions.
Thank you. Any question from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Just for the record, can you tell us what area you represent?
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Christine Perez from Londonderry. And that study is on our SAU website. It was very well done and very detailed.
Further question from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
We have a late entry with a pink card, Representative Horrigan, on Bill 1300. We are currently discussing the non-germane amendment to it, for your information.
Yes, I understand. I was not looking at my phone, but I had the YouTube playing on my phone for like the last hour or so. So you've heard many good arguments as to why the non-germane amendment just doesn't work, including from one of my colleagues from House Judiciary. So I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10. As the town of Durham, my pronouns are he, him, and so anyway, yes, you heard a lot of excellent testimony from many perspectives why the bill doesn't work, and I agree the bill doesn't work. I also have some reservations about using the underlying bill as the vehicle for this idea, because the problem is this is like the non-germane amendment. It's definitely we call a feel-good bill. It's an idea that has a lot of appeal at first glance, but you know when you dig in not even very deep into details, you see there's huge problems, starting with, of course, the fact that the consumer price index for Northeast urban areas doesn't, it doesn't match up with like what the actual expenses are for running a school district or governments are, and also a lot of the state is rural. But anyway, we use this, and also I have very severe reservations about tackling this committee. A lot of smart people in the committee, but this isn't your area of expertise. And there's also just a whole other procedural issue, which is if this goes to the floor with an ought to pass as amendment, as amended, and then the amendment dies, then the original bill, the original bill is then on the floor, and the original bill, it's a very different topic than this, but the original bill is also a bad idea and totally unnecessary. So we could end up with a situation where something which deserves to go nowhere at all somehow might go somewhere. So I think so even if the people who wrote up this tax cap amendment sincerely think it's a good idea, it probably should have been done as an amendment to a bill, in Ways and Means, or at least Finance or something. So attach it. They should have been attached to a bill with at least somewhat similar subject matter. So I would just say kill both the amendment and the underlying bill. Like so. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you take questions from the
Sure,
committee?
yes.
Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for being here today.
So just say no to both those proposals, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any other pink card requests to testify, and not seeing anyone coming up at the last moment, I am going to declare the public hearing for the non-germane amendment to HB 1300 closed. And I'm going to take 1 minute to round up our chairman, who did not preside because he was the sponsor of the amendment. I'll be right back. Thank you. And thank you, Representative Bay, for the blue sheets. Oh, and before I leave, Representative Newsom, could you check out the online testimony balance? And we're actually, yeah, we're an hour and we're a bit behind, but we'll catch up. Here you are. It's just coming to look for you. So cancel that by leaving the room at the moment.
Representative Quayle, to answer your question, and my computer doesn't show the voodoo math that the chairman's did in terms of splitting out from the underlying versus the amendment on this, but it's 314 in support, 558 opposed, and 2 neutral.
Thank you very much.
For the count?
Yeah.
I have it.
Okay.
I have it. Well, I have it from earlier. Well, let's get going on the next one. I'll read in because we're way behind. It's my scheduling issue. All right, you're closed. You're good. You're closed up.
I closed.
Okay.
Yes.
Going to open the public hearing for 1487, creating an independent commission to propose redistricting maps for the legislature to consider. We'll recognize Representative Lane for the purpose of introduction.
Are you ready? Okay. And just, my name is Connie Lane. I am a representative for Concord Ward 2, which is Merrimack District number 16. And just to let the clerk know, I do have written copies of my testimony and 2 copies of the studies that I refer to in my testimony. Our existing system of redistricting does not result in districts that fairly represent the voters. Both parties draw lines to favor their party and have done so for decades. Both parties are guilty of protecting and expanding their power through redistricting. And our constituents know it, and they're not very happy about it. Numerous recent polls and studies show strong bipartisan support for redistricting reform, including creating independent redistricting commissions. A late summer 2025 poll by NBC News of over 30,000 voters found that Americans' support for nonpartisan redistricting is high even when their party would be in control of the process. The poll found that 82% of Americans prefer districts drawn by nonpartisan commission than the party in power in each state. The finding is a striking instance of political maneuvering falling out of sync with opinions of our constituents. We need to listen to our constituents. A smaller national survey by nonpartisan YouGov found large majorities of Americans saying gerrymandering is a major problem, unfair, and should be illegal. And I've included those studies in the copy of my testimony that I will be giving to the clerk. Gerrymandering discourages participation in our constitutional democracy and makes our constituents jaded and cynical. Worse, they don't trust us and think we're all self-serving and corrupt. For these reasons, it is imperative that we change our system to make it more transparent and less political. We may never be able to remove politics totally from redistricting, but we owe it to our constituents and our constitutional democracy to try to do so. A redistricting commission is one way to achieve a fair districting process, where people draw the lines, not the politicians. The purpose of an independent commission is to make the redistricting process less political, more transparent, and impartial by establishing standards for who can serve on the commission and criterion that the commission members must follow when drawing the district maps. We do not have that criteria now in New Hampshire. This bill does that. There are about 20 states with some type of redistricting commission in place, and not all of them have worked smoothly. Those that are generally considered the best are Colorado, Michigan, and California. All three of these states have systems that include the following three factors. The commissions are not evenly split between Democrats and Republicans. They have independent members not affiliated with either party. And both Michigan and California have independent members. And this helps prevent deadlock. You also have an odd number of people, but that's in the details of the bill. Commissions should have binding authority to implement new district lines independent of state legislators. Otherwise, the legislators just will vote against the commission's proposal and set up one that's politically driven. And this has happened in Virginia and New York. Members of the commission should not currently be elected politicians, recently retired politician, or political appointees, and they should not be appointed by political officials. So I took all three of these factors into account when drafting this bill. I primarily looked to the Colorado bill as a template for choosing the commissioners. The members are not chosen by leadership in the House and Senate. They are chosen by judges selected by the Secretary of State. While the process seems burdensome, it accomplishes the selection of a balanced, non-political commission that will draw fair maps, and it's been shown to work. One concern is that the New Hampshire Constitution states that the legislature shall make the apportionment of representatives or redistrict. The Constitution does not say how the legislature is to make the apportionment and what process it has to follow. In this bill, the legislature participates in the redistricting process by establishing a process that creates fair maps. It is the legislature that is setting up the process. Now is the time to change our redistricting process. None of us know what party is going to be in the majority in 2030. So this offers an alternative to both parties to establish a neutral process that benefits our constituents and assures us that the other party will not draw lines favoring itself. An overwhelming majority of our constituents believe they would be better served by maps drawn to reflect voters and hold elected officials accountable and are looking for leaders who will make that happen. Redistricting commissions are not a panacea. Structural flaws have sounded the death knell of multiple redistricting commissions in the past. This bill considers the problems of early redistricting commissions in Washington, New York, and Michigan. We need to learn from the experiences of failed redistricting commissions and avoid the structural flaws that have doomed such efforts. This bill does that. No system is perfect, especially our current one. The proposed system in this bill will result in more districts because the political incentive is diluted by this selection process. And thank you, and I will take questions, but I may defer to those who are more expert than I am, who are going to come after me.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you, Representative Lane. So because of my poor scheduling, we are running way behind today. So there's 6 people signed up to speak on this. The average is 2 to 3 minutes. So I'm going to say we're going to have 2 minutes per person for public testimony. Unfortunately, once again, I apologize for the poor scheduling. That's on me. I'll do better next week. But first up, we'll have David Trumbull from Ware. Yes, insert the Ware joke. Yep, there it is. Yeah, everybody's going to make the Ware jokes. You know, it was funny, but now that I live there, it's not so funny. Mr.
Thank you,
Trumbull, it's good to see you.
You too. Likewise, Mr. Chairman. It's nice to see a fellow Wareite. So I support this bill for 3 reasons. First, it's popular. 74 towns passed warrant articles supporting this back in 2020. Second, it deals with equal representation. Look at Part 2 of our Constitution, Article 9. The legislature shall make an apportionment of representatives, as was cited. It goes on to say, founded on principles of equality and representation, therein shall be as equal as circumstances will permit. The principle of equality, it's in our Constitution. And when you have gerrymandering, you don't have equality. You have districts drawn on partisan goals, not equality. Third, this bill is an excellent and thoughtful proposal. The process of selecting the members of the committee, the balance of Dems, Republicans, and undeclareds, the qualification system, the process of narrowing the pool from 60 down to 9, the transparency about no political office being held, the criteria for districts, that it be communities of interest, economic, social, educational, cultural, geographical, racial, ethnical, and historical, but not for political parties. The transparency in the bill, that the public will get to see proposed maps and offer testimony at public forums. The resolution of disagreements, the second chance that if you don't like it, you send it back to the commission who gets a chance to rework it. And finally, the fact that it follows the Constitution. The legislature shall make an apportionment does not say the legislature is forbidden to get help from somebody else in making that decision. It goes to the heart of the matter. Do you want your maps drawn on partisan grounds, or do you want them drawn to secure people's equal representation? That's your choice. And I'll give you one last thing, which is the U.S. Supreme Court of case of Gamillion versus Lightfoot back in 1960. It dealt with Tuskegee, Alabama. And they kind of decried a district there that had 28 sides drawn in this elaborate pattern so that it could achieve one political purpose. If you look at the maps of New Hampshire, like the New Hampshire Senate maps, you'll see districts that have more than 28 sides. We are massively out of compliance with the principle of equality, which is what our Constitution says. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Trumbull, will you be taking any questions?
Yes, sir.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Kyle Haynes from Merrimack. Mr. Haynes, I don't believe you've been to election law before, so welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Good afternoon. I am here to speak in favor of 1487 for a independent redistricting committee. I believe at its heart, this is an element of trust in our Republican form of government that has been sorely lacking these last several years. We are at an age where our trust in our public institutions is at a point that many of us haven't seen in our lifetimes. We're talking back to the post-Watergate, post-Vietnam era. Something such as an independent redistricting committee that looks to set itself above party politics would be major in helping us all to see past these divides. I do believe that an independent redistricting committee, especially one that is built as such in this bill with the constraints on its structure and on its transparency, would do a massive job in getting people back invested in the elections, especially as we see a lot of the partisan politicking going on regarding redistricting this year in the country. So if we can get ourselves above that, get ahead of the curve, I do believe this would be a major benefit to our government. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions from the committee?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Miss Linda Bundy, you're up next. We just need one copy. So avoid the rest. If you just want to, if it's okay with Representative Bay, just want to put it in front of Representative Bay, and we'll make sure the clerk gets one, and then the rest of them we'll distribute at the end of the hearing day. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Berry and members of House Election Law. My name is Linda Bundy and I live in Antrim. I support HB 1487. The work of redistricting is a complex and time-consuming process. Even though it is a political conversation, it should not be about power and which party can get an advantage. It should be about the voters. This bill proposes to create a commission tasked with drawing district lines through an open, transparent process while following specific criteria stated in the bill. The work must be done with integrity and fairness. Applicants for the commission must be 10 years removed from holding office and explain why they want to serve and how they will promote consensus among the commissioners. The composition of the 9-member commission is designed to diminish undue party influence. A panel of retired judges will review the applications to create a pool of 60 applicants with equal numbers of Republicans, Democrats, and Independents. The panel will interview the applicants, allow for public comment, and then create a pool of 45 finalists, also equally divided by political party, and also representative of the state geographically and demographically. 6 commissioners, again equally divided, will be randomly selected by the panel in public. The 6 commissioners will select the 3 remaining commissioners publicly from the remaining applicants with the goal of achieving a geographic and demographic balance. All meetings of the commission are open to the public in person and online with virtual public comment available. Any member of the public may submit maps for consideration. The work of the commission, as well as recordings of meetings, will be available on the commission website. The increased transparency and citizen involvement will reduce partisanship. Final approval of the maps still lies with the legislature in keeping with our state's constitution. For maps that are drawn fairly by listening to community voices and applying them to the maps, I ask that you vote ought to pass on HB 1487. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Bundy. Will you be taking questions today?
No.
Okay. Next up is Liz Tantarelli.
I also have written testimony, 1 copy being passed up. I'll leave the other one right here. Thank you. My name is Liz Tantarelli. I live in Manchester. I'm here as president of the Nonpartisan League of Women Voters, which has been working for many, many years to have nonpartisan redistricting with public input in the public eye. And I personally have been working on this since 2011. My goodness. We obviously are in favor of this bill, of creating a nonpartisan redistricting process that is open for public comment and discussion and considers communities of interest. HB 1487 does this. It is constitutionally advisory only, but the last sections of the bill make clear the steps that will be taken as the maps are submitted to the legislature. The bill is also specific in how the nonpartisan members of the commission shall be chosen. But in particular, I'd like to address the section on redistricting criteria, which appears on page 5, starting on line 19. That includes the consideration of communities of interest, and that shall not include political parties or political candidates. The plan as a whole shall not have the intent or effect of favoring any party, incumbent, or candidate. I would think that all members of this committee and of the legislature would support that, since none of us know what will be the status of popularity of one party or candidate or another. This does not favor any of those. And there shall be no favoring or disfavoring of racial or language groups. For these reasons, the League of Women Voters encourages this committee to recommend ought to pass on HB 1487. I will take questions if there are any, but I thank you for this opportunity to testify.
I must say you literally nailed 2 minutes like to the second. So I just want to
I'm
congrats.
getting
Like you
good at
literally
this.
like I was like, wow, she's gonna land this at 2 minutes. It's like impressive. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations. Like, you know, it's this is Price is Right rules. You automatically win. So Sarah Ortiz from Open Democracy, I should say. We're on to the advocacy and lobbyist groups now, if you haven't gathered.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Ortiz, and I'm a public policy fellow with Open Democracy. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all today. I'm here to speak in favor of HB 1487 as a measured, common sense reform that strengthens New Hampshire's redistricting process while fully preserving the legislature's constitutional authority. This bill does not alter who has final decision-making power over the district maps, as legislature retains sole authority to adopt or reject any proposal. It simply creates a nonpartisan advisory commission that is designed to assist lawmakers, not replace them, by providing structured analysis, documented public input, and clear recommendations to inform legislative judgment. At its core, HB 1487 is about improving processes. By requiring open meetings, transparent procedures, and a clear public record, this bill ensures that redistricting is conducted in a transparent and defensible manner. This transparency benefits both legislatures and the public by reducing speculation, confusion, and unnecessary controversy, while reinforcing confidence in the integrity of the process. A well-documented and open process also serves as an important risk management tool. New Hampshire's experienced this following the 2020 census, demonstrating how delays or impasses can lead to court involvement when legislative processes stall. HB 1487 helps avoid these outcomes by establishing clear expectations, encouraging public engagement, and reducing the likelihood of litigation or last-minute judicial intervention. Importantly, it does not discard New Hampshire's existing redistricting framework. It builds upon it by giving legislators better information and broader insight into communities of interest. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to support HB 1487 as a practical enhancement to New Hampshire's redistricting process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Will you be taking questions?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up is Olivia Zink with Open Democracy, reading a letter on behalf of, see, I told you I do have a timer. Reading a letter from Bev Cotton from where? Where is well represented today?
And I do have copies of Beverly's testimony. So this is Bev Cotton from Ware, New Hampshire, supporting the legislation. It's time for New Hampshire to consider an independent redistricting committee. It's time to have clear set of criteria and guidelines for this work. New Hampshire voters deserve a fair and transparent process that shows no bias favoring one party. We also need consistent process that no party in the majority can manipulate. And those manipulated need to avoiding partisan grabs. Such commission should be an equal number from both parties, and maps should be submitted to the legislators. Redistricting is not a simple math problem. It taken into consideration, but it also needs to take into consideration communities of interest, towns that share school districts, emergency services, water supplies should be grouped together to the extent possible. The district should also take in factors affecting families. Granite Staters deserve fairness and the right to expect voters to pick their politicians and not for partisanship on either side. Please support an independent redistricting, and she also says deny the mid-cycle redistricting.
Thank you. I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. Does anyone else wish to speak to House Bill 1487? Hearing none, the hearing is closed. Online was 227 in support, 2 opposed. Can someone please give me the blue sheet? While the blue sheet's coming, we're going to go ahead and get the House Bill 1163 up and running. I just did the online. On the blue sheet, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, you're in your personal capacity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 on the blue sheet who signed up in favor, who did not speak. With that, the public hearing is closed. We are now opening up the public hearing on House Bill 1163, requiring the Secretary of State to create and maintain a uniform election records management system. Are either of the sponsors here? Probably not, because I'm running so far behind. It is a Republican bill. Would one of the Republicans please introduce the bill for the purpose of introduction only? Representative Weary, you going to do the duty again?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Also, I've texted one of the sponsors who is in a nearby committee.
That's okay. Let's just get it introduced so we can get rolling.
Okay.
And if he comes, we'll obviously let him talk. But let's just because of my poor scheduling, let's keep the ball rolling. What is this? 1300. So this goes. This is 1160. This is 1163.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. For the record, my name is Robert Wary. I'm representing the district of Hillsborough 13, Town of Hudson. I'm introducing 1163, requiring the Secretary of State to create and maintain a uniform election records management system. I hope that the sponsor will be here shortly to take any questions related to this bill.
Yep, absolutely. And if they show up, we'll obviously allow them the courtesy to fix that. I only have one card. Mr. Brandano, would you like to speak? I did see him. Oh, there he is. Sorry, you were covered by Bob. And Mr. Brandano, if you could keep your remarks under, since you're the only speaker, if you keep your remarks under 4 minutes.
I will, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Al Brandano. I'm from Kensington, New Hampshire. I'm here to speak in favor of HB 1163. New Hampshire needs to upgrade its process and procedures to reflect the size and scale its responsibility to its citizens. With the scandals unfolding across the country and unchecked and unmanaged government practices, we need to set the standard for first in the nation here in New Hampshire. Today, New Hampshire collects $8.2 billion in revenue annually, and our elections alone have collected millions in Harvard funds from approximately $12.9 million from the 2020-2023 last information we have. Managing large funds and ensuring our elections are free of errors and fraud is sacred responsibility must require robust processes like any business of similar size. New Hampshire needs to adopt practices that protect our state and our citizens. Any large company has standard record processes and procedures and documents that are controlled numerically, indexed, and stakeholders and owners. No change is made without the review and approval. This is a standard requirement in most government contracts. The ISO 9001 is even a decision here in New Hampshire that we use for technical awards. Why? This is the best practice to ensure processes are well managed, users of the process are all executing in the same way, and no changes are made without the approval or visibility. This also facilitates audits. We are asking that the election process are brought up to date with these standards, and the documents and methods are made public so that all citizens of New Hampshire can better understand how elections work and are under control. We are asking in this bill that New Hampshire upgrade the way we execute our election process and make these control standards available to the public. I will give you a real-life example. Just recently, Linda Brown from our Election Integrity Group filed a formal Harvard complaint with the New Hampshire Attorney General as well as the U.S. Department of Justice reflecting the 2024 state and federal election, in which without apparent controls, a chain of custody document, which includes recount ballots returned to the archive building, was excluded. Now, for some unexplained reason, that chain of custody log is no longer and is required to have a chain of custody or receipt. Here's the example. Those boxes coming back to the archive building, how many boxes and who received them is no longer on the document. That document was altered. This is a critical chain of custody form was arbitrarily changed with no apparent authority from the Secretary of State or the legislature. We know this based on a 91A request. How many other forms and whose authority are they changed without anyone's knowledge? This is also a critical in 91A, as the name of a documents are changed without controls. The citizens does not know what documents to request, or are current. Please, in order for you to defend your oath of office, you must vote to control these critical chain of custody documents. The Harvard funds the federal government provides and the state has accepted has specifically used for these types of uses. Please, you must protect the federal and state election integrity or we lose our sovereignty. I'll take any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I was wondering if you're familiar with the statewide voter registration system, and if so, you could define that for us.
I am not, sir.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Other than your first name? I can't believe that. Sir, you alleged that there were certain fraud and misuse.
No,
earlier.
never said fraud or misuse, sir. Those are your words.
Okay, you said that the reason for this legislation is problems that have occurred. Are there any problems you are aware of in New Hampshire?
I just stated one today.
Sir, you.
All right, you got.
I'm sorry.
I love the back. As you know, I love back and forth. But you got to. They yell at me if I don't at least make you ask,
no.
and I'm going to grant it.
You're
But
right.
you just got to ask, so I don't get in trouble.
You're right.
So follow up.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My mistake. Sir, you reference my good friend Linda Brown's claim, but there's no been. I don't believe there's been any action on that.
Sir, if the claim, if I may respond to him, the claim itself is a Harvard complaint and a federal complaint that was filed. It's now in Mr. Berry's mailbox, so he'll be able to share it with everybody here.
Mr. Just
A follow up for the record. I have not checked my mailbox. So
So
just
no. Okay, but sir, this has not been adjudicated. That's my question.
But no, but the question where the issue of this bill right now is to prevent things like this from happening in the future. There is no control over the election forms. When someone changes something or added something, there is no approval of the form. The form is not tracked. There is no history on the form, and the names are changed. So especially in a 91A request, people are requesting documents that are no longer there because they've changed.
all right. Further questions from the committee? All right, hearing none. Thank you, Secretary Scanlon. I got the pink card. I assume this is for this bill. Without objection, I did write the bill number on your pink card. I didn't say you're supporting or opposing or anything. I just put the bill number on there. And I'm going to hold on. You have to press the mic because I'm going to help Representative Gilmore out here. There you go. All right, go ahead.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. Before I make the comments I want to introduce Brendan O'Donnell. Brendan is the new Deputy Secretary of State, so you'll be seeing him on a regular basis in the coming months. I was not planning on testifying on this bill. I was more interested in hearing what the intent of the bill was because it's written in a very, very, very broad way. I know Mr. Brandano. He's a likable guy. I like him. He's very passionate about his concerns, but I have much greater confidence in our election process than he seems to have. We have made tremendous strides over the last few years in upgrading all of the systems that we use in the Secretary of State's office related to elections. Forms do not change that are prescribed by the legislature unless the legislature makes changes to those forms, period. There are internal forms that we use that are there at my discretion for our record keeping, and occasionally they do change based on changes in practices or whatnot. But I just want to make it clear, I believe in our election process. The processes we use are among the best in the country. We have chain of custody procedures in place. We have audits to look at post-election activities, and beyond that, I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have either now or on the side.
All right, questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you, Secretary, for taking my question. I look on here and I see 7 broad categories with no details underneath. Is that something that you can work with, or do you need more detail, or is that super broad so you can do anything you want?
More detail is better. I mean, when it's so broad, it's tough to tackle, but if there are specific issues that can be addressed, we're happy to work on it. And we can always do a better job. I will accept that. But the job we do right now is pretty darn good.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm going to recess this hearing just in case the sponsor does show up, because once again, this is a my scheduling error, not them. So remind me at the end of the day we have to formally close this, but I'm going to leave it open just out of, once again, my bad. So we're recessing we're retesting House Bill 1163, the public hearing. We are opening the public hearing on House Bill 1284, which I believe is one of our own. Representative McGrath. Ms. McGrath, my apologies on us running behind today.
This is a very short bill, so hopefully it'll help you catch up a little bit.
That was the game plan when I scheduled it. I just didn't expect the morning to be blown out.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Representative Linda McGrath. HB 1284 is a simple bill requested by my town moderator to ensure that our voting records are accurate. After he requested that I put the bill in, I called a friend who was a moderator in a neighboring town for many years, and he also thought it was a great idea, so I put the bill in. So I volunteered at elections. Election days are hectic, to say the least, for a moderator. So any problems that can be avoided during that time, and also anything to make our voting records as accurate as possible will help. So this bill simply adds the year of birth to the checklist. So when people are checking off the names, if there's two names that are the same, they don't make a simple mistake. I chose the year instead of the whole date of birth, thinking that it would help protect the privacy as people are looking over at the list and can see the date of birth, but that could be amended if you saw fit. So that's it. That's the whole bill.
Further question? Are you taking questions from the committee?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you for taking the question. I notice on another bill that it's requesting that the person's age be put in instead of the year of birth. Would that be a complication, or just one or the other?
I don't know what other bill you're referring to, but it's your bill now if you wanted to amend it that way.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So if I come in and they usually ask me for my ID, and if the year does not match what's in your record, what do you do?
I would ask the moderator who's going to be coming up after me. I don't know the answer to that. I would assume they would call the moderator over to handle that situation.
Representative Gosofsky.
Just a quick question. I appreciate it being a junior and with my dad, and some people still say, why do you keep juniors? For that reason. So this, I'm assuming, and this is my question, it basically is like that. If a father and a son came in, this would be able to clearly identify who was voting.
Right, especially if they live at the same address.
Correct. It wouldn't so much be verifying a date or a year. It would be to clarify who was coming.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Mark Gorab. Goragab. All right. Mr. Goragab, you got on here for 10 minutes. I'm going to ask you to not go 10 minutes. But speak your piece, but please don't do 10 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So the experience that I'm referring to is the problem of differentiating father from son when they present themselves to check in to vote. This has happened to me at least once, probably twice, and in those cases, the the voter was assigned to the incorrect voter ID number. And the purpose for this is to allow birth date information to be on the voter checklist. That way the poll worker can compare the birth date on the person's identification with the birth date on the checklist. So birth date information is a fundamental component in preventing duplicate entries and ensuring that each voter is represented accurately and uniquely in the voter registration system. It's required by law, New Hampshire law. The Secretary of State is required to provide means of differentiating individuals who have similar names and the same address. Now, what I'm proposing is that we extend that requirement to the paper checklist so that it can actually have an effect on voting day, so that no mistakes can be made there. So the first question is how critical the privacy concern is on birth dates. So the First Circuit decided a case in 2024 involving a Maine voter database in which it stated that the National Voter Registration Act requires states to make their voter lists publicly available. But it also stated that states can redact uniquely or highly sensitive personal information. So the question is whether the voter's date of birth qualifies as uniquely sensitive or highly sensitive personal information. It's widely understood that Social Security numbers and driver's license numbers qualify as such. And in fact, I believe there are federal laws that restrict or regulate the disclosure of those pieces of information. But I don't believe there's any federal law that restricts how a state deals with birth dates on voter registration lists. And then the second question is whether any aspect of federal voting law regulates this. And I could find no federal law that actually regulates it. Now, New Hampshire is not required to follow the National Voter Registration Act, but it does, for all intents and purposes, mirror many of those requirements because they're valid requirements. So it's basically, it's within the state's exclusive authority to make rules regarding the privacy or non-privacy of voter birth dates specifically. And having that available to the voter checklist on election day merely extends what is already required under state law to be able to distinguish voters whose names are similar or identical and who have the same address.
Will you be taking questions?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Daniel Healy from the Nashua City Clerk's Office.
Good afternoon, Daniel Healy, Nashua City Clerk. I'll be real brief. I just don't really see the need for adding birth to the voter checklist. In the few instances where there may be a question of junior and senior and it's not properly marked, the supervisor of the checklist, the deputy registrars are there with access on the back end to the election portal, and they're able to easily look that up. We do have that occasionally, that instance occasionally happen. I don't think the change, putting what I think of birth years is private information on the checklist is really necessary when you still have that, you can have that lookup. We have people come in to register to vote and they ask what's going to be made public. And, for years we've been telling them birth date, all that information's not on there. And I think to now change it and to include that, some of the voters that have registered might not like that idea of now their birth year or their age being on the checklist. So you open any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Lane?
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. I should have asked this of the previous speaker, but in the situation Representative Bay raised, where it was different on her ID than it is in your records, what happens?
I think the representative that or the prior speaker made a good point that you go to the moderator, and ultimately the moderator will make the determination if the person's eligible to vote. If it happened, say in Nashua, they check the voter system, the birth date's not lining up, we would probably pull the voter file if it was, if we had someone in the office at that time that could pull it. And you look at the handwriting, a lot of the time it's when you're keying it into the system, something was keyed in wrong because the handwriting's not legible or they miskey. So I believe you'd go back and look at the voter records. Now, does someone have someone in the office that can go and do that at that time during an election? I'm not sure, but it would ultimately be up to the moderator. And any further issues, I believe they call the Secretary of State or the Attorney General's office. You kind of get them on the line to make that call on. But I mean, yeah, that's an issue that I could see coming up just based off of, presidential election in 2024. We had 7,000 registrations to enter. A birth date might have been keyed in incorrectly.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Bay.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So if that happens, how long does that rigmarole take? And
yeah, it really depends. It depends on if they can, if a supervisor of the checklist that has access at the polling site is assisting someone else, or they have to pause to go into that system, if they have to call the clerk's office. It really depends on what's going on at that time, if they're helping another voter or not. If they're not really helping anyone, that shouldn't 5-10 minutes, I would say you should be able to get an answer.
Yes, follow up.
Could that possibly end up with the voter not being able to vote that day?
That's another, I say, case by case basis of the voter. We had voters that when maybe a minor issue comes up and they don't want to wait, or they're voting before work or something, and they only have a limited amount of time, the voter may choose to leave. That's entirely up to the voter. I would hope that a 5 to 10 minute thing wouldn't make them leave the polling area without actually voting, but it is possible that a voter could get upset and leave.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up, and I let him be anchor, is Secretary of State, not Skate. That'd be actually a cool title, Secretary of Skate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. And just commenting on the issue of age, these comments will apply to the next bill as well, so it'll save me from coming up. But briefly, before the passage of the Help America Vote Act in 2002, every municipality in New Hampshire maintained its own checklist in whatever format they thought was appropriate. Some had spreadsheets, some still kept the checklist by hand, and they rewrote them every year. When the Help America Vote Act passed, it required that every state create a centralized voter database that had to include certain information, which included birth dates. Up until that point, birth dates were not required, and they were not necessarily collected by the municipalities. So when we made the conversion of all of that data brought in from the municipalities and put it into the centralized voter database, those voters that did not have birth date information in there were assigned a default birth date of 1776. Some of those may still be on the checklist today. I'll have to check, but over time and supervisors correcting the list, that data has been taken care of. We promised the voters of New Hampshire when we created the centralized voter database that we would keep their private information confidential, including birth dates. This would kind of be peeling back on that promise. I will say that citizens of New Hampshire and probably any state take their birth dates and the privacy of that date pretty seriously. And being a former legislator myself, I know going back in some of the old blue books that I think you still get that show the pictures of all of the legislators, there was an opportunity to, in your biographical information, put your birth date. A lot of legislators chose not to do it at all, or simply put the month and the day, but not the year. When you look at the blue book that was published this year, there was no opportunity to provide birth date information anyway. So the point I'm trying to make is that that's sensitive data to voters, and I think we need to protect it. There may be a way, if this is really important and it's a big enough issue, that based on the data that's in the database, there could be a mark placed on the checklist that would designate that the voter was within a range of ages or something like that. That might help satisfy the need, but it's something that would take some further review. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Wilhelm.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary, for taking my question. Do you have concerns about the year of birth or the age of a voter being included in the checklist? Not the full birthday, right? Because that's used for all sorts of information, banking, et cetera, et cetera. But do you have concerns specifically about the year of birth or age?
The year of birth or the age is not as sensitive as the birth date itself. But I know there are a lot of voters that would object to having that information publicly posted on a document, which it would be. And so I would oppose it on that basis. But as I said, there may be a way around that if we could put a mark on the checklist that would designate a range and not a year or a date, a year or an age.
Follow up. Clever. Yes, Representative Wilhelm, you may have a follow-up to your very clever question.
Curious what range of ages might be acceptable, in your opinion? Are we talking 5 years? Are we talking 10 years?
Well,
250 years? It sounds like they have to be an option.
If the goal is to separate a father and a son or a mother and a daughter, then maybe it's when a person reaches 45 to 50, then there's some kind of a mark on the ballot that designates that person is approaching senior status.
Thank you.
What do you define as no? What do you define as? Any other questions for the secretary? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards. Representative Bay, can you grab that blue sheet for me? Online for 1284 was 2 in support, 135 opposed, 0 neutral. Maybe the secretary was onto something. 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed and 1 in support. With that, on the blue sheet, with that, we'll close the public hearing for House Bill 1284. I'm going to also reopen 1163 and close it since I don't think we're going to see the sponsor, so I'm just going to close it. Get that out of the way. Next up is House Bill 1329.
Can I ask for the online count on the one you just closed?
The one I just which one?
The 1163.
Oh.
Yeah, the 1163.
I thought I read that. I probably hadn't read it yet. 1163 was 1 in support, 2 opposed. Thank you, Representative Newsom. Thank you, Representative. And there was 1 in support of 1163 who didn't speak. All right, so now we're on to 1329, requiring the Secretary of State to add requiring the Secretary of State to add voters' ages to the voter file. Oh wow, that makes sense. Representative Wilhelm's recognized the purpose. You're the sponsor of the bill, so for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Matt Wilhelm. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1329. It requires the Secretary of State to include a voter's age in the voter information file that's made available to political parties, political committees, and candidates. So this is a narrow technical bill, has a straightforward purpose. It's to improve the usefulness and consistency of the voter file for legitimate civic and political engagement. Age is a basic demographic data point that helps campaigns and parties and civic organizations better understand the electorate that they're trying to reach, educate, and mobilize. Importantly, House Bill 1329 does not change what information is collected from voters. It also doesn't introduce new sensitive data into the voter file. Age is already derived from existing information provided at registration, and this bill simply ensures that it's included in the standardized file that is already distributed under current law. So having age included allows for more accurate outreach and analysis across the political spectrum, whether that means engaging first-time voters, young voters, ensuring older voters receive appropriate information, or helping campaigns allocate limited resources more efficiently. In that sense, this bill supports participation and engagement rather than discouraging it. House Bill 1329 also promotes consistency. Different users of voter data often attempt to infer age through other means, which can lead to inaccuracies and inefficiencies. So providing a clear and uniform data point directly from the Secretary of State improves data quality while maintaining existing privacy protections. In short, this is a modernization of our voter file practices that enhances transparency, supports civic engagement, and respects voter privacy. I'll take any questions.
Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Could a political committee that got this, could it then sell this list with this data to anybody in the world?
As the chair of our caucus's campaign arm, you're giving new revenue ideas, but that is not typically something that we do.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weiring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you be open to a code, as suggested by the Secretary of State earlier, that would put it into age ranges?
I certainly would. Happy to work with you on an amendment.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Given the similarity between this and the previous bill, but they amend different sections, would you be willing to work with Representative McGrath to kind of get it all into one bill?
I would. I do, in the last couple of days I've been thinking a little bit about the differences between them, and they do, because they are amending different parts of law. I wonder if amongst our 400 colleagues, if they will have strong opinions about one or the other. Does it make sense to put them together or treat them separately? I think we should have that conversation, and I don't know that I've kind of landed in one place or another quite yet, but I'm open to it.
I think most of them will be shocked to find out they're in two different sections of law. So.
I certainly was, Chairman.
Any further questions, Representative Bay?
This is again a procedural. I'm thinking about like during the election. So this is going to be part of the checklist that when you come in, that's going to be checked if that's actually you. And so is that going to be along the lines of how old are you, and then check it, or is it going to be show me your ID, and then I'm going to have to match the year, make either a mental calculation or having a cheat sheet to check that it's the same age?
Thank you for the question. So this section of law is really about making the checklist available, the voter file available to political campaigns. The previous bill was what you're asking about, which is, supervisor of the checklist, having that information on election day. So that's kind of the difference between the two. Does that make sense?
Further questions? Representative Beatty, you have a follow-up, or are you all set?
So if they get combined, then it becomes the age that goes in there if it gets combined. Are you aware that the when somebody asks for one's age, that it's cultural, that for some cultures, you actually give your age anytime for that year, and in some cultures, like the American culture, you actually give your age on that day. So that my age before my birthday is different from the age after my birthday.
I was not aware of that. I really appreciate learning something new. And I think that should be part of our conversation as we talk about whether we merge these bills or not. Thank you, Representative.
Further questions on the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards. Representative Wellen, can you get me a pink card as well? With that, I will close the executive session for House Bill 1329. I'll open up the executive session for House Bill 1342, restricting. Oh, let me read the. I apologize. Let me read the counts. Do we have a blue sheet? Sorry, I'm trying to get us back to somewhat on schedule, and I'm tripping over things. All right, so that was 1329. 1329 was 1 in support, 12 opposed. On the blue sheet, 2 in support, 2 opposed. With that, we'll close it. 1329. We're going to open 1342, restricting access to certain information relative to voters subject to the Uniform and Overseas Citizen Absentee Voting Act. Representative McGrath is recognized for the purpose of introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I would just like to start by saying that the name of the bill is kind of opposite of what the intent is. It's not about restricting access, but opening up access. So HB 1342 is about election transparency and equal treatment under the law. Simply put, the bill ensures that UOCAVA voting records are subject to the same public access standards as other absentee voting records in New Hampshire, no more and no less. Federal law does provide important privacy protections for UOCAVA voters, which have to do with sending and receiving their information. The protections are often misinterpreted as a blanket exemption from public records laws by clerks and agencies, and I believe they are not. There is no statute that clearly states that UOCAVA voting records are exempt from public access in the same manner as other absentee voting records. So under current practice, UOCAVA voters are included in the absentee voter lists. And there is a segregated list for UOCAVA voters, but that's the list that we're not allowed to have. We would have to take the full absentee list and somehow figure out if we wanted to audit the election. So it makes it difficult and not impossible for citizens to reconcile the UOCAVA voters with the New Hampshire address they claim as their voting domicile. So at the heart of the issue is the interaction between federal and state law. UOCAVA records are routinely treated as more confidential than other absentee records, even though New Hampshire law does not clearly require that heightened level of secrecy. But we could make a law to remedy that, which is this. This matters because federal law allows overseas voters to register using the federal form with a simple self-attestation. So anybody living overseas can sign the voter registration and absentee ballot request and swear with their signature that the information on the form is true, that they're a U.S. citizen, 18 years of age or older, that they're eligible to vote, that they're not disqualified to vote, and that they're not voting in any other jurisdiction, and they're on the voter rolls. Election officials nationwide have reported that most illegally registered voters were initially registered using this form. So this bill does not remove privacy protections or expose sensitive personal information such as overseas addresses. Instead, it assures that UOCAVA voting records are available for public inspection in the same manner as other absentee records. And it matters because wrongful voting does happen, and it's not possible to identify without information. Transparency is not an accusation, it's a safeguard. There's another piece that I found out after I drafted the bill, that part of the issue is the potentially conflicting New Hampshire statute under 657.15, paragraph 1, that states that clerks shall keep lists of absentee voter applicant information and record that information in a statewide centralized voter registration database. But the list shall not be available for public inspection at any time without a court order. So I'm not sure about this, but it looks like state statute might conflict with the requirements for public access in the federal statute. So an amendment might be needed to make certain that the reporting elements in 657.15 are harmonized with this bill. So in closing, HB 1342 promotes equal treatment, legal clarity, and public confidence in our elections. It aligns UOCAVA voting records with existing absentee voting standards while preserving lawful privacy protections. And I respectfully ask the committee to support HB 1342. And I will take questions.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Is there any process that you know of currently whereby the UOCAVA voters are audited, perhaps, to verify the authenticity of their applications and the execution of those ballots associated with that?
No, but Rep. Bob Lynn has a bill this session that specifically is going to ask for audits of those records.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Only other card I have for this is Secretary Scanlon.
There should be another card.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, it's two cards. Mr. Secretary, do you want to go last? Or you want to go right now?
I'll go last.
All right, fair enough. Well, that was Linda McGrath, so that's you. So there's one card. Michael Bean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Michael Bean. I'm from Rye, New Hampshire. And thank you, committee, for hearing us this evening, this afternoon. I became aware of the UOCAVA issue as a member of Rye, taking part in our 2024 elections, and we actually requested a list of the UOCAVAs because in my town Rye's a pretty tiny town, and we had 74 UOCAVA voters. So I requested a list of those, and in fact, the town was unable to provide that list, and that was on the direction of election counsel Orville B. Fitch. So I took the opportunity to call Bud Fitch and ask the question as to why that was prohibited and why it wouldn't be made available to us. And he told me that he didn't cite the laws, but he said, no, the UOCAVA cannot be disseminated. Those are protected files. And so we argued about it for a few minutes, and he said, look, if you want to have that list available to you, you need to go to the state legislature and put it into law, which is why we've asked for that to occur. So I'm actually taking his advice. I asked Representative McGrath to put forward legislation. She went ahead and followed that with a number of others. And then we took the opportunity to speak to Secretary of State Scanlon and Deputy Secretary O'Donnell. And when they advised us that this, in fact, would violate federal law. And we didn't know why. I've done some homework on it, and I can't say that it will or it won't, but I find nothing that says that it would violate federal law. Contrary to that, we did find that in the case that was previously cited today by Mr. Goyeb, that the First Circuit in deciding case in 2024 involving public availability of main voter database stated that the National Voter Registration Act requires states to make their voter lists publicly available. It also states that states can redact uniquely or highly sensitive personal information. New Hampshire has 654.25, which allows for the omission of specific data for voters with protective orders, and that demonstrates that the state is able to and does take very seriously separating out transparency and personal privacy. In addition to that, the NVRA is silent on the requirements to maintain the privacy of information in voter registration databases. In fact, Section 8I of the law requires that states make available for public inspection all records concerning the implementation of programs and activities conducted for the purpose of ensuring the accuracy and currency of the official list. And in the Uniform Overseas Citizens UOCAVA Act, there is a requirement under Section E6B and F3B that the privacy of the identity and other personal data of a voter on foreign soil be maintained in the process of making a request or being sent an application for registration or in the transmitting of the ballot. However, there's no such privacy requirement once these voters have been registered into the state's voter database. Their personal information is treated no differently from any other registered voter. I believe it was Deputy Secretary O'Donnell that said the UOCAVAs are part of the voter registration, part of the list, as well as all the other absentee voters. But there is no breakout on it. We'd have to get the same-day checklist and do some kind of a same-day checklist matching up addresses with the non-same-day voters, absentee voters, and then do a cross-reference. However, that data is already in a public list. It's already provided to the state, and it shouldn't have. There should be no restriction on. Certainly per the NVRA, there should be no restriction on obtaining that list where the work has already been done. The UOCAVAs have already been separated out. They're maintained in a separate list. So there should be after the registration process, there should be no other restriction prohibiting the public from seeing the UOCAVA list as it's readily available anyway. So I'm obviously in support of this, and I don't see it as any violation in federal law. If there is, I would love to hear what it is, and I see no reason why the state should be fearful of putting forward legislation that makes UOCAVA voter information available naturally with the protection of our military service members. And in Rye, as I said, we had out of the 74, 8 were military service members, 66 were they did not live in the United States, and they had no intention of returning to the United States. And I think that the public needs to be able to vet those voters. Thank you very much.
All right, taking questions from the committee. Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. Would you mind providing us a copy of your testimony?
I don't have a full copy of my testimony. I have notes that I'm using.
Oh, okay. Thank you. It was just so detailed. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Liz Tantarelli.
Thank you. My name is Liz Tantarelli. I live in Manchester, and I am the mother of a man who has worked for the federal government, was deployed in 3 separate instances to the Mideast during war times, and voted UOCAVA, and a best friend who has lived in Ireland for the last 13 years and votes UOCAVA because she is an American citizen. She is not an Irish citizen. And I somewhat resent the implication in the first presentation of information on this that we should look askance at all UOCAVA voters. The statement was made that most fraud committed by voters were from people who had filed as UOCAVA voters. I have never seen that information. If that's true, I think the bill sponsor needs to verify where that information comes from. I am neutral on this bill. I wasn't expecting to speak on this, but on behalf of my son and my best friend, I kind of resent some of the tone that's going on here. I don't think I can answer questions from this committee, but I would like this committee to consider my comments. Thank you.
Fair enough. All right, Secretary Scanlon, you're up next, the anchor. Then we're going to go to a 30-minute lunch. I apologize for the short lunch. I'm trying to get us back on to schedule, but we're going to have to break for lunch for 30 minutes, then we'll come back, and I think we will finish on time, but we're certainly off schedule.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. I did have a really good meeting with Representative McGrath and Mr. Bean on this subject, and I'd like to talk about some of the points that we made during that meeting. First, there's a reason why absentee ballot information on voters is kept somewhat confidential around the time of the election. Candidates are able to access that information, and you've probably gone to your clerk and asked for the absentee ballot list so you can send campaign materials. But the concern is that if that information gets out that a person is not at their home, it could be an invitation for somebody to come and burglarize a house. That's just kind of a long-standing concern that has been out there. That information is compounded if people know that the voter might be overseas. In New Hampshire, and these numbers are very loose. I didn't look at the exact numbers before I came here, so this is just my recollection. But in the last general election in 2024, we had about 7,000 what are called UOCAVA voters. And of that number, somewhere in the range of 3,000, probably on the underside of that, would be considered military voters. If one of those voters maintains a domicile in this state, could be a military voter that is temporarily assigned duty overseas, they are a UOCAVA voter, but they would be entitled to a full ballot for the polling place in which their domicile is. If they are an overseas voter, in other words, it could be a person whose last address, their last domicile was in the state of New Hampshire, has moved to France, and they have no intent of coming back. That voter is entitled to vote on what's called a FOO ballot, a federal office-only ballot, which only has the offices on there for President, U.S. Senate, and Congress. In some situations where a member of the military primarily knows that they are going to be in a very remote location and the transmission of a ballot that has the candidates' names printed on them may not get back in time, they have the opportunity to request a write-in federal office-only ballot. And when they receive that, they are just guessing at who the candidates are going to be. They write in the names, and then they mail it back. UOCAVA voters by federal statute are allowed by federal law to receive their ballots electronically. So if they give us an email address and they say, can you send that ballot to us by email, by law we have to do that. They would then print the ballot off, they would mark it, and then they physically have to send it back to their town so it can be counted. The federal law that applies, if you want to write this down, it's 52 USC 20302. It's not the entire law that deals with UOCAVA ballots, but it's a section that deals with the state responsibilities. The state must accept a federal postcard application from a UOCAVA voter, which does not necessarily align with the requirements on our state application for voter registration. But by federal law, we have to accept it. Federal law does not make a distinction between a military voter and an overseas resident voter. I noticed I believe it was in 1342, that it seemed to make a distinction on the type of information that would be required between a military voter and just an overseas resident. So that's problematic. And then we require more information on our voter registration form than what is required on the federal postcard application. After the election is over, the individuals that participated in the election, including UOCAVA voters, are marked off the checklist as voting. They would also be recorded as having received an absentee ballot. There would be no designation that that individual was a UOCAVA voter, but in most cases you can tell by the address to which that voter has listed as a mailing address if they're just living overseas with no intent to come back. We, the Secretary of State's office, must file a report after every election with the United States Election Assistance Commission that reports on the activity of UOCAVA voters, how many there were, breaking down military and regular voters. Beyond that, there is nothing to prevent us from conducting audits to make sure that those voters were qualified. And as was mentioned, Representative Lind has a bill in the works that could certainly help do that. So I just wanted to present that information to you so that you understand the status of what's being requested in 1342 and the distinction between the federal law and the state laws. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, maybe with Brendan's help.
Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for taking my question. You mentioned you have to do a federal report after each election. Is that something that's public information, or?
That's public information. I'll be happy to see the committee gets a copy.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking my question. You mentioned the mail-in application. Does that go through any sort of identity verification process, or how is that vetted when that comes in through your office?
If it comes in from a UOCAVA voter, we must accept it. There can be an audit after the fact to verify information, but I'm going to ask Brendan if you have any further comment on that.
The only other piece is that
Why don't you come up here?
Thank you, Brendan O'Donnell, for the record. The only additional piece is, like all voters, if there is someone who has a concern and they believe that a particular person is registered who isn't qualified, they can report that to the Attorney General's office, and if there's a real basis, they will investigate that. And I forget the exact circumstances, but there have been situations in the past where the AGs did look into individual voters and their citizenship related to them being overseas.
Further questions from the committee, Representative Weary?
Yes, just with I think with some of the new requirements for identity and including the aspects of citizenship that have been included in some of the recent legislation, I'm wondering if there's a more extensive audit process that might be needed to verify some of this. I was looking at the rolls that you had, and it looks like Hanover has 372 Uwakava voters, nearly 5% of that 7,000 total you mentioned. That seems like an anomalous figure, but who am I to judge?
The short answer is yes. Authorization would be needed, and Representative Lynn's bill will address that.
Thank you. Further questions on the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I have no other pink cards. Representative Bay, can you grab that blue sheet for me? Online, there was, for 1342, 0 support, 129 opposed, 1 neutral. In person, there was 2 opposed. I have no other pink cards. My apologies to the committee for running so late. We are recessed for 30 minutes, and then we will come back and pick up our afternoon schedule. So see you at 45 after. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. We're trying to get back on schedule. My apologies to the sponsors and everybody's here. This is on me for poor scheduling. Going to open up the public hearing for House Bill 1678 FN, requiring the Secretary of State to accept voter registration forms directly from voters and create an online portal for direct voter registration. Representative Long, I believe you're here to introduce, correct? And once again, Representative Long, my apologies and thank you for your indulgences as we are 45 minutes behind on your day.
That is by far not the worst I've seen a committee get behind. So it's not that bad yet. But maybe I don't want to jinx it. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm here to introduce HB 1678. So this bill creates a uniform statewide process for voter registration going through the Secretary of State. Came in response to a couple of constituent complaints. One of them about the difficulty of finding time off from work to go to City Hall and register to vote. And then someone else who was trying to encourage other people to register to vote. And there's not a uniform statewide form that they could send them. So it was a bit difficult tracking down what their friends needed. So this bill reduces the paperwork burden on voters and on city and town clerks by creating a simpler process. Right now, if someone were to go to the Secretary of State to try to register to vote, they can request a request form, which then would be forwarded to their city or town clerk. The clerk would then send them the registration form, and then they have to send back the registration form. So instead, you could just get the registration form, register with the Secretary of State. And as far as allowing electronic voter registration, this is a modernization of the voter registration process. Now, 42 states currently allow online voter registration, and North Dakota doesn't require voter registration at all, so there are only 7 states that are still using, or they're still requiring a paper-based process. And the ones that have gone to online registration include states as conservative as West Virginia and as liberal as Massachusetts, and all 7 of the most hotly contested swing states in the 2024 presidential election. So this is something that is robust, that states with hotly contested elections, lots of people voting, that have a strong need to protect the integrity of their elections, have implemented successfully and not had problems with. Modernizing the voter registration process has saved money in every state that's done it. So I think, excuse me, I'm getting over the house flu that I picked up a couple weeks ago. I think the fiscal note on this bill is a bit misleading if it's taken at face value, because it doesn't account to the cost savings to municipal governments if most voter registration is handled by the Secretary of State. And it wouldn't be all, because it's not mandating that voters go through the Secretary of State. And I think, in fact, there are reasons that it doesn't make sense to mandate that, because it would complicate things like same-day registration. So having one system that allows people, especially when they move around, to register at their new address, make one update to the system via the Secretary of State, instead of them having to update their new town, the new town having to forward that information to make sure that their old registration is canceled. You have one system. It's a simpler process. Reduces the paperwork burden, and that reduces the costs by creating administrative efficiencies. Additionally, it helps protect the integrity of our elections because it reduces the risks of mistakes. That every extra step you have in the process creates an opportunity for somebody somewhere to make a mistake. So no one can forget to forward the registration information to cancel an old one, can't get lost in the mail, etc. Also reduces the risk that someone who shouldn't be allowed to register is allowed to register because of a paperwork mix-up between the different towns they've lived in. So, I'm open to any questions if the committee has questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, and thanks for asking my question. And I apologize, I came in late, so you may have addressed this. But the first on line 4, it says beginning January 1, 2026, but the act doesn't take effect until 60 days after its passage. So are you having a retroactive or?
I didn't catch that. I don't think it needs to be retroactive, so I think it should just be 60 days
Right,
after
because
passage.
okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Will this allow for immediate registration for new immigrants, sort of outside of the place where they took the oath of citizenship? There will be either an employee of the Secretary of State or a volunteer with an iPad, and you get to register as a voter right there.
That is something that could be arranged. I mean, that would be up to the Secretary of State whether they want to implement something like that. But if we go to an online process, then that's not even necessary, because then if someone gets their citizenship, as long as they've got the other documents with them that they need in order to register, they can upload those documents immediately whenever it's convenient for them.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And Representative Long, once again, please accept my apologies for the tardiness on the scheduling.
No problem.
Next up is Shara Chenard from NHCVR, New Hampshire. You'll have to explain.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Chenard. Good job. With the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, and we're a nonpartisan coalition. And I speak here in support of HB 1678. HB 1678 would create a secure online option that allows folks to register and update their registration on their own schedule before Election Day, in an easy way where they're already bringing documents, going to get a license, and so anyway, online voter registration is already used in more than 40 states, and it has been shown to reduce mistakes, keep voter rolls more accurate, and ease pressure on local election officials on Election Day. And importantly, voters will still need to do everything they already have to do to register. It'll just be an easier way for them to do it. So it's common sense modernization. It strengthens our election security and helps make Election Day run more smoothly for everyone. And I urge you to support HB 1678.
Okay, will you be taking questions?
If there are any.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Gilmore.
Okay, I'm a little bit confused. Maybe you can help me. So, would somebody be registering totally online without anybody looking at the application or confirming this?
From what I read, and I understand that a process would be created, but I still believe that if they submit their registration application through the state in any way, like through the Secretary of State, it would be forwarded to the supervisors of the checklist. I think everybody who registers in the state, they have to be verified by the supervisor of the checklist. And that process should be maintained.
Further questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing that, Representative Gilmore, you could turn your mic off for me for you. It's more for you than it is for me, to be honest. But further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Sarah Ortiz from Open Democracy.
Hello, again for the record, I'm Sarah Ortiz, a public policy fellow with Open Democracy. I do have testimony here for the committee. First, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm here to support HB 1678 as a fair and equitable path to increase voter registration and voter participation throughout the state of New Hampshire. This legislation helps ensure that more eligible constituents are able to make their voices heard by expanding access to voter registration while preserving the integrity of elections. This bill serves to build upon the state's current in-person voter registration by allowing eligible voters to register through the Secretary of State's office, who would then forward the registration information to the appropriate municipality. This change does not remove authority from local clerks, but provides an additional centralized point of access while maintaining municipal oversight and final decision-making authority. This option is particularly beneficial for smaller or understaffed towns, helping to ensure equitable access to registration across the state without altering the role of local election officials. It's important to note that state-administered registration systems have not been shown to increase voter fraud, but have been demonstrated with positive impacts on voter participation. This bill also authorizes voter registration through secure state-run online portals. In-person registration requirements can be extraordinarily cumbersome from young people, working adults, and individuals living with disabilities. These barriers can prevent otherwise eligible voters from registering, not due to their lack of interest, but because of limited access and flexibility within the current process. When voter registration is more accessible and easier to complete, more eligible voters are able to register, which then typically results in higher voter turnout on Election Day. Federal Election Administration data supports this relationship. According to the U.S. Election Assistant Commission's 2020 Election Administration and Voting Survey, online voter registration was the fastest growing method of registration between 2018 and 2020 and accounted for approximately 28% of all voter registration transactions nationwide. By expanding accessible points of voter registration, this bill modernizes the registration process, increases registration rates, supports higher voter turnout, and preserves the safety and integrity of New Hampshire's elections. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee ought to pass HB 1678 as a common sense, timely, and important piece of voting legislation. And I am open to questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Last up is Secretary of State Scanlon. Representative Bay, can you grab the blue sheet for me? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State. New Hampshire's registration process is unique around the country because we have the exemption from the National Voter Registration Act. The registration process in New Hampshire has remained a very personal, intimate thing between the voter and the voter's local election official. Today, a voter to register to vote must appear before either the supervisors of the checklist or their town clerk to submit their application and get approved as a voter in that town or city ward. There are limited opportunities for registration by absentee, but to do that, a voter has to be absent or they have to have a disability that prevents them from going to see their local election official. In most other states around the country that have to comply with the National Voter Registration Act, also known as Motor Voter, the registration process is a lot more fluid. In other words, anybody can walk down any street in that state and collect voter registration forms and then turn those forms into a voter registration agency and have those names put on the checklist. Similarly, state agencies in those other states are charged with collecting registration forms if they have regular interaction with members of the public. It might be a Division of Motor Vehicles, it might be a Health and Human Services agency, it might be a Department of Education. In those states, you don't have localize on the applications at the time of approval. And we see in those states the need for provisional ballots in case people think they registered and their names didn't get on the list, or large numbers of duplicate names on the list just because of the different ways that a person can register to vote. Because we do it the way we do it in New Hampshire, our rolls are really pretty clean in that regard. We do have voters that become inactive because up until recently we've had a verification process where we remove inactive voters every 10 years. Now we are doing that annually, looking back just a few years. So our rolls are going to be very, very, very clean and accurate. What this bill does is all it does is inserts another layer of bureaucracy into the process. It would require my office to hire additional staff to process registration forms that are coming in and then redistribute them to the cities and towns. And anytime you insert another moving part, it's one more thing that can go wrong with the process. Our process right now is working just fine, and I would encourage us to keep it that way. Be happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. Many town clerks are open only on certain days, very limited hours, and not usually evenings or weekends when a lot of people. So would this not help those types of situations where such a small, people have trouble getting to the town clerk to register?
In the situations that you described would be fairly small, rural, remote locations where it would probably be more difficult to get to Concord than it would be to seek out their own local election officials.
Yes.
So maybe I misunderstood the portal. I thought the portal was something people went into and they could do it from any computer wherever they are and send it to your office and then have it go to the local person.
So
am I understanding incorrectly, or?
I'm sorry, I misheard your question. I didn't hear that you mentioned portal. So my office has been supportive of a portal type interaction in the past, although it has not been looked upon favorably by the legislature. I would have concerns about the way a portal was implemented. I wouldn't want to change the process where there would be review by the local election officials and an appearance before them before they were actually permitted to vote. I would be opposed to an automatic online registration process.
Question from the committee, Representative Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Should this bill become law, will you be in favor of registering new citizens outright when they get they take the oath of citizenship, like have someone outside the door?
If this became law, we would certainly consider that. We've had a presence at naturalization ceremonies on a more frequent basis, and that's an opportunity that could be made available.
Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. This allows for secure upload of documents demonstrating your age, citizenship, and everything. I'm just wondering whether you would be able to verify the authenticity of such documents that are, you get an electronic scan of it. I wonder if you had any comments on that.
We are looking at the use of federal databases to verify information. Most of those at the current time require that there be document identification numbers to be able to do a search. So as long as that information was provided, it's very possible that we could verify a lot of that information.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards in my possession. Online, sorry. You can. I just need a pink card from you after you're done. We'll have your comment and then we'll grab your pink card.
Mr. Chairman, as a former two-term supervisor of the checklist,
I'm
as
sorry.
I
I
recall,
apologize to interrupt you. You got to do name
I
and
thought-
where you're from, and then
Fran Taylor. I'm
Yeah.
living in Concord now, but I was a supervisor in Holderness, small community on the Lakes region. I was a supervisor checklist for 2 terms. Terms are very long, 6 years. I would say that many supervisors would be very happy to have online registration instead of having to handle all that paperwork, especially around a big election, when they potentially, in many communities, could get hundreds of applications. So I would say that it's something that should have a very serious look. There are many other states doing this, and I haven't heard many issues from them, and I think that it's maybe time for New Hampshire to take on the digital world. Thank you.
Okay. And just make sure you thought, Mr. Lim, make sure you thought a pink card for us because they do keep it for our records over there. Yep. Okay. With that, we're done. I don't have anyone else wish to speak on 1678? Seeing none. Online was 251 in support, 4 opposed. On the blue sheet, I already turned it over to you, Madam Clerk. I thought it was like 6-0, but could be wrong. It was 6-0. Good memory. All right, and then on the blue sheet was 6-0. I am closing the public hearing on House Bill 1678. Going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1600, requiring the Division of Motor Vehicles to make available the opportunity to register to vote at the time of application for or renewal of a driver's license or non-driver's identification card, recognizing our own Representative Matt Wilhelm for the purpose of introduction.
Thanks so much, Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Matt Wilhelm, here to introduce a bipartisan bill, House Bill 1600, which would require the New Hampshire Division of Motor Vehicles to offer voter registration opportunities when granted staters apply for or renew driver's licenses or non-driver ID cards. House Bill 1600 is about modernizing voter registration in a way that's secure, efficient, and respectful of people's time, both the public's and the state's. Under this bill, when someone completes all 4 required proofs at the DMV, the same documents that they'd already provide to register to vote, they would simply be asked a straightforward question: would you like me to register you to vote? If they check the box, that registration information would be transmitted to the voter's file, reviewed by the local moderator, and then completed. I want to let the committee know that I intend to offer an amendment to make this an online automated process. The goal isn't to create more work, which is what this bill looks like right now, but less. Less time at the DMV counter, less paperwork for staff at the DMV and for the Secretary of State's office, and less friction for eligible voters trying to participate in our democracy. My understanding is that meetings have already been held with the DMV, and they've indicated that electronic transmission would be relatively easy to implement. The bill also recognizes that implementation takes planning, which is why it provides a reasonable 6-month window for the Secretary of State's office and the DMV to develop the necessary rules and procedures. House Bill 1600 keeps New Hampshire's voter verification standards intact while bringing our systems into the 21st century. It's about efficiency, accuracy, and making a process people already go through work better for everyone involved. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there questions from the committee? Representative Newsom.
Thank you for taking the question. Do you think that this will improve consistency of record keeping and therefore lead to improved election integrity?
Yes.
Other questions, Representative Gosowski?
Yes, just one quick one. I would like to ask my colleague, when was the last time he personally went to the DMV?
It looks like July 1st, 2022, which was about 40 days after I was supposed to. So.
We won't tell if you don't tell. Thank you. Follow up?
I had the pleasure of going last year to renew my license and spent quite amount of time there just to do that. So my concern would be adding time to that factor as people try to get in, get just the license renewed and get out. And
I think what the representative says is, do you believe that time would be a factor?
Yes.
And I do, and I hope that that's something we could bring to a work session and talk through and see if we can improve the bill based on that.
So for the committee situational awareness, I am a sponsor of this bill, but I did tell Representative Wilhelm we are probably going to have to hash out details on this. So prepare for a work session on this bill to see if we can come to an agreement. Any other questions for Representative Wilhelm? Representative, you want to grab your microphone before you get a hot mic? There you go. All right. Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Francis Taylor. No. No, not about this. Do you want to do this one? Okay, cool.
Or this one.
No, it's 1600. Okay, Linda Bundy.
I think she put that on.
Okay.
She mind that I change it?
Oh, she did put the wrong one. Yeah, just go ahead and change it.
Good afternoon, Chairman Barry and members of House Election Law. I do have one copy of my testimony that I'll leave on the desk. My name is Linda Bundy, and I'm from Antrim. I support HB 1600. According to the National Voter Registration Act of 1993, 44 U.S. states currently allow citizens to register to vote at their state motor vehicle departments. New Hampshire is exempt from this law because of our same-day voter registration protocol, allowing voters to register and cast their votes on the same day. Previously, it allowed voters missing a document to sign an affidavit swearing to their eligibility and to bring the needed document to their town clerk after the election. This worked well for many years. It no longer works because of recent changes in our election laws. As a consequence of the new law, 244 New Hampshire voters were unable to participate in our elections in 2025. I was a poll observer during last November's municipal elections, and I saw some effects of the law. One voter who had moved from another New Hampshire city had proof of identity, age, and domicile, but not citizenship. 3 people came in together who did not have proof of citizenship. They went home to get their documents, returned, registered, and voted. It was an hour and a half before they could vote. Another new registrant did not have proof of citizenship and left to get his passport. After about 45 minutes, he voted. One woman with a name change did not have documentation indicating the change and left. I don't know if she returned. In each instance, the voting process was more time-consuming for the voters and the supervisors of the checklist than it was before the change of law. One supervisor expressed concern that registration on Election Day will have long lines and wait times. Same-day registration no longer guarantees the right to vote, as by the time voters obtain the necessary documents, the polls may be closed. For other people, the process of getting theirs may take weeks. HB 1600 would give voters an opportunity to register at the DMV when they have the documents in hand and are able to resolve any issues in a timely manner before Election Day. This bill makes registering to vote more accessible to citizens who are busy enough with day-to-day life responsibilities. HB 1600 has bipartisan sponsorship and will help constituents wanting to register regardless of which party they favor. I ask that you vote ought to pass. Thank you for your time.
Okay. And you will not be taking questions? No. Okay. Next up is Sarah Chenard. Oh, yeah. Ms. Bundy, can you toss us that? You said you had a single copy of it. I just don't want it to get lost in the shelf. Since you only have the one, we want to take that, give that directly to the clerk. That's fine. Yeah, we want the one to go to the clerk for sure right off the bat. Thank you.
Also, I'm going to be leaving. These are on behalf of somebody who wasn't able to make it today. So, and one is in reference to HB 1678, and one is 1600. Do you want me to just leave them here?
If you have 2 copies, we'll want one copy of each for the clerk.
There's like 10 copies.
Okay.
I just need one.
We just need the one for the clerk.
Work. Okay, perfect. Appreciate it. And my name is Sarah Chenard. I'm here with the New Hampshire Campaign for Voting Rights, a nonpartisan nonprofit coalition, and I speak in support of HB 1600. This bill simply allows Granite Staters to register or vote, register to vote or update their registration at the DMV when they're getting a license or they're renewing their license. And they're already going with all their documents, and usually they're scheduling an appointment to go there, so they're taking the time out of their day to do this. Whereas on Election Day, we know it can get really long lines, it can be really difficult, people don't think of it, they're going to try to vote before work. So adding this as an additional provision, an additional way for folks to register, I think is really common sense and would be a great, simple, bipartisan step forward in modernizing voter registration and reducing lines and issues coming up on actual Election Day. So registering to vote should be as easy as updating your license, and so I urge you to support HB 1600. I'll take questions if there are any.
Okay, are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Liz Tantarelli.
Thank you. My name is Liz Tantarelli. I'm president of the League of Women Voters. One copy of my testimony is coming up. The rest are right here. The League's mission is empowering voters. And this is an empowering piece of legislation. By putting work that needs to be done in one place rather than in two separate places, we are empowering voters to get that done more efficiently. We understand that the DMV already collects the same information that is needed in order to register to vote, and that they would have no problem with transferring that information to the Secretary of State's office or however this would work in order to still have the supervisors of the checklist affirm the voting. So we appreciate the bipartisan support of this bill. We understand that, like some other bills, it may need some tinkering. We look forward to hearing what that is, but we support this bill and encourage a recommendation of ought to pass. I'll take questions if there are any, but I suspect there aren't.
Questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Sarah Ortiz with Open Democracy.
Hi, again, I'm Sarah Ortiz, a public policy fellow with Open Democracy. I just handed up my written testimony and the rest are here. I speak to you today in support of HB 1600, a bill that would allow eligible New Hampshire residents to register to vote at DMV offices in addition to the in-person registration options currently available in the state. While New Hampshire's same-day voter registration already ensures that no eligible voter is turned away simply because of a missed deadline, unchecked registration status, or recent move, it works best when paired with a system that makes registration convenient and routine long before Election Day. This is exactly what DMV voter registration provides. DMV offices are one of the most consistent statewide points of contact between residents and government. People visit the DMV to renew a license, obtain an ID, or update their address, all times at which they are confirming identity and residency through official documentation. This bill reduces barriers, supports efficient administration, and maintains the integrity of the registration process while also strengthening the accuracy of voter records. States that combine DMV registration with same-day registration consistently demonstrate some of the highest voter turnout rates in the country. States like Minnesota and Maine, which regularly rank among top performers in turnout, show how removing friction from the registration process directly supports higher participation. The data is clear. When registration is treated as a straightforward part of civic life rather than an administrative hurdle, turnout increases. This bill would not replace local oversight or weaken election integrity. Instead, it expands the number of secure, official, in-person registration access points. It would also help keep voter registration checklists more accurate as the residents update their domicile information through their licenses and IDs at the DMV. At its core, HB 1600 strengthens democracy by strengthening participation. And as stated throughout the morning, our elections are only as representative as the number of eligible citizens who can access the process. DMV registration paired with same-day registration ensures the greatest number of qualified voters can take part in free and fair elections. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to vote ought to pass on HB 1600.
Will you be taking questions?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. All right, arm wrestling time. Do we want to do DMV or Secretary of State? We'll go with DMV. I'm sorry, but I see him every time, and you know, like, you may never be back here. I got to look him again. You know, it just is what it is. Like.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Bailey. I'm the Assistant Director of the DMV. I'm Kathy O'Neill, the Administrator of Operations of the DMV. We are not taking a position on the bill, just wanted to offer informational testimony on our processes. So one thing, you mentioned how often people go to the DMV. You only have to go to the DMV for your original license, and then every 10 years after that, because you can renew online for your mid-cycles. In addition, I wanted to clarify that we only require documentation from you on your original license visit. So when you're renewing, you don't need to provide us any documentation. That includes if you're changing your address, you only write that on your application. Also, it is not a requirement to have your license printed with your new address. It only has to be changed in our system per statute. So most people do it via mail to us. The other thing that we wanted to mention is that we do process things differently than most states. Our registrations are done at your towns, as you know. So we do not see residents as often as other states may. Every 10 years, if you're lucky, unless you've done something wrong, you're in there to get your license or ID card. In addition, we did just switch to an appointment-based system where you are making an appointment specific for the transaction you have. We base those appointments and are able to keep same or next day appointments based on our current traffic flow. So changing that and adding something will increase people's time at the DMV. And also an amendment was mentioned to make this an electronic. That would increase the fiscal note from DMV slightly, as we would have to make a system change for an indicator to electronically send that information outwards. So we are open for any questions if anyone has one.
Yes, Representative Muirhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for indulging me, if you will. Given that we're talking about how, the important transactions that might happen in the DMV, I just wanted to underline how hard it is for my constituents in Hanover and Lyme to access the Department of Motor Vehicles. I have a constituent today, by the way, who I happen to know because he complained to me about this, as if I'm running the Division of Motor Vehicles. He drove to the Twin Mountain DMV, which is 70 miles from Lyme. It'd be a little closer to go to Newport, as I told him, but it would still be almost an hour's drive. Mm-hmm. So we'd love to see a DMV, even for one day a week or something, just for Mondays or something in Town Hall. We'd love to see a DMV in Lebanon or something like that. And especially as we think about these very important civic functions that the DMV might be, charged with. Thank you.
Would you
be willing to contemplate that?
Yeah, would you be willing to think about that? All right, awesome, cool. Representative Lane, who has a DMV in Concord, so let's not hear it.
I'm not complaining. I wanted to ask you about real IDs.
Yes.
And is that because my understanding is there is a different process if you want to convert to a real ID, and they're required now, right? Am I missing?
No, they're not required to still opt in for a City of New Hampshire. It's required to travel, yes, and you'd have problems at the airlines. But New Hampshire's at over a 72% opt-in rate at this point. So you are correct. Additional documentation is required for that, but we've kind of gone past that mountain in this past year when they made the final determination through DHHS that May 5th was the deadline. So,
follow up.
Thank you. Do you have that information in your system, the citizenship information? If they've gotten a real ID, do you have that in your system?
If they have a real ID, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have questions. So just so we're on the same page, a real ID is not an indicator of citizenship. It's an indicator of lawful status, correct?
Correct.
Okay. People often conflate that. I just remind them it's not the same thing.
Yeah, real ID can be obtained by non-U.S. citizens as well.
So I think to go back and forth, I think, and Representative Lane, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the question you were trying to get to was, does the DMV maintain basically a citizenship identifier in your records, or is it just this person has a real ID, yes or no?
So we classify citizens in 3 different categories. So U.S. citizen, permanent resident, which would be someone with a permanent resident card, a refugee or asylee, or a temporary resident, which would be anybody on a work employment card or a visa.
So did I help there, Representative Lane? Wow. Write this date down. The League of Women Voters thanked me for a bill, and Representative Lane thanked me for helping with a question. Today, let's just go home. Let's go home. Let's just go home. We did it. All right. Any other questions for the DMV? I will say, since we're talking about the DMV, I was at the DMV last month. I did the new appointment system. It was wonderful. I was in and out in 30 minutes, so thank you.
Yes.
And I went to Concord.
And we do have a new location in Raymond, so we are looking at opening new locations.
Not close to the Newport, but
Yeah.
you know, we got you. All right. Last up is I believe there's any other questions. Sorry, I don't see any. Okay, cool. Last up is Secretary of State Scanlon. Representative Bay, can you grab the blue sheet for me for House Bill 1600?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I have the same concerns about this bill as I did the last. It is inserting another agency into the registration process, and in doing so, if registrations were allowed to be taken at DMV, they would also need to have staff on hand that are familiar with the voter registration laws to be able to answer appropriate questions. That's the concern. What I can tell you, though, is that we have been working vigorously on this issue over the course of the last year. House Bill 1569 passed. Subsequent to that, House Bill 464 passed, which required us to work with the Division of Motor Vehicles and come up with a memorandum of understanding, which has been signed, which allows them to share voter qualification information with us from the DMV motor database. And so that will be happening in time for the upcoming election. In addition to that, I can tell you that we have been doing other things like polling to see the need for local communities to have better internet service, to be able to have online access on the day of an election. We have created an opportunity within our Division of Vital Records to provide free birth certificates and marriage license information to people that need to register to vote that don't have those documents. As long as those documents are used only for the purpose of registering to vote, they can be obtained at no charge. It's available in the town clerk's offices as well as the Division of Vital Records. And so there is a lot going on in this regard. Again, I believe this bill would just create an unnecessary additional process at this point, create more moving parts, and not really improve the election process as it's moving forward, but it could hinder it. Before I close, I want to make one other point. And if you look on Roman numeral 5 on line 19, you see the sentence there. It says, the Secretary of State shall adopt rules under 541A. I've noticed that language has popped up in a lot of election bills this session. The Secretary of State has never engaged with administrative rules in the election process. The language in the statutes are the processes for election laws, and they are created by all of you, the policymakers in the room. And so my recommendation would be, where you see that language in election bills, take it out. I spoke to the Director of Legislative Services. That person was not aware that this was happening. He just said that drafters for other agencies just automatically throw it in there. So I think that's what happened. It was just somebody was just automatically putting it in. So if you see that on a bill you're going to pass related to elections, I'd ask that you take it out. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
It shall be done. Representative Lane. She is the ranking member.
Thank you. And thank you. And thank you for the efforts that you're taking. I just wanted to get a clarification about what's available through the archives. So it's birth certificates. So if you could just go through what's available so that we know where to start working in other areas. Thank you.
So it's through the Division of Vital Records, which is located in the archives building, but it will be birth data.
Okay.
Again, there are laws that exist about confidentiality and vital records. So the person that's requesting this information has to have a direct and tangible interest in the document. So it would be a birth certificate, it would be marriage information, and I'm just going to turn my head and ask Brendan if there's anything else. Divorce, dissolutions, anything that might help a married person, determine the actual name of the person.
Okay. Would that
Go ahead.
Would that include any name change documentation?
If that information is recorded in vital records, yes.
Representative Newsom.
Thank you. If House Bill 1600 passes, where it has the information going from the DMV to the Secretary of State's office to the towns, if that passes, would you be more likely to or more willing to accept the previous bill where with the direct registration with the Secretary of State's office?
I just think anytime you're adding additional bureaucracy and additional moving parts, there are potential for new problems to exist. And we want to minimize those in elections. And we have a process that works pretty well. Granted, it's different from the rest of the country. It may not have a lot of the electronic bells and whistles that other states have, but it is effective. We have excellent participation in our elections. I heard some other states mentioned as having high voter turnout. Well, New Hampshire is right in that tier of states as well. So, there are other ways that we can improve turnout and work on it, but we're already there. We're already doing a good job. And we've developed the system that we have over decades. Other states have gone a different path, and it is, comparing us to them is comparing apples to oranges. I think we have to look at the system that we have, figure out how we can make it better, make sure it works for all voters in the state, and we're doing that.
Further questions? Representative Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. If this were to be implemented, would you still see the supervisors of the checklist as being the ones responsible for verification of the information?
Absolutely. I think that the buck stops with the supervisors of the checklist. They're the only election officials in the state that are authorized to put names on the list or take names off the list. And I think it should stay that way.
There's a firm answer. Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. On this, there's a fair amount of money in the fiscal note and also on the previous bill. Is there any overlap on what's needed for this and the previous bill if both were enacted?
Well, if they were both enacted, it's going to cost money. I guess that's the way I would answer that.
Follow up. I was just wondering if some of the aspects of this bill were similar to what's in the other bill, so that we wouldn't have to pay both fiscal notes.
I think both requests are different because one was allow potential voters to register through the Secretary of State's office, right? And then this one is doing the same thing, but through the DMV. I've just got questions about how that would circulate through.
You can circle back because we are going to have a work session on this, so we'll have time to nitpick on that later. Any other questions for the committee? Thank you. We did have a late entry here. David Trumbull from Ware. Always make room. Yes, the Ware joke. We all get yes. Where? We all get it. You don't live where? You don't live where? a wonderful town.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I apologize for being late. I want to speak to this bill, and for a couple of reasons I would support this. First of all, just to go back to the important thing, basic voting is a fundamental right. Harper versus Virginia State Board of Education says not only it's a fundamental political right, but it's the right to exercise the franchise in a free and unimpaired manner is preservative of other basic civil and political rights. So we're talking about something really important here. Second is automatic voter registration for motor voter options have been done in 25 states. The first state was Oregon just 10 years ago, and we're already at half the country. So this is a very popular program. I'm sorry I was not here for online registration, but that's being done in 42 states. So both of these bills are common sense bills. They're being done around the country in red and purple and blue states. What are the advantages of this bill? The National Conference of State Legislatures had a good article addressing it. One is it helps people to register to vote, obviously. And they said it also increases the accuracy of voter lists because it helps use current addresses. It increases turnout. In Oregon, which is the longest experience with this, they found that they got an extra 116,000 to register who were unlikely to have done so otherwise, and 40,000 more voted who were unlikely to have voted otherwise. So increasing in registration leads to an increase in voting. It doesn't favor one party or the other. In Pennsylvania, which adopted it just a few years ago, they found that 34% are Republican, 30% are Democrat, and 36% are undeclared. So it's not like this is a bill to help one party or the other. It's a bill to help all people in the state. Another benefit is that it diversifies voter turnout. In Oregon, they looked at who used the motor vehicle voter, and they found that they were younger, more rural, lower income, and more ethnically diverse. Just think about that. New Hampshire is rural. A lot of you must represent rural districts. It's hard to get to your town office at a specific time to vote. Motor voter registration would allow your constituents to vote. It helps more young people vote. You come here and donate your time so much. Don't you want young people to appreciate what you're doing, to feel like the government is actually related to them? They're not going to feel involved unless they vote. If you make it easier for people to register, they'll start appreciating all the time that you're donating. In Oregon, the percentage of people who use motor voter who are between 18 and 29 was 40%. It's only 20% of the population. It clearly helps young people vote. As far as the low income aspect, people with a median income of less than 60,000, the motor voters were 68%, but they make up 59% of the population. You help more people who are challenged vote. You help more young people vote if you pass these bills. More registrations equals more voting. That should be the goal of this committee. Unless there's a problem, unless there's some fraud. How could there possibly be fraud if you're going through the motor vehicle department where you're getting your license? It's a secure system. It will help all of your constituents. I should think this bill should pass through. It's time that we join the 21st century and at least have motor voter registration, if not allow us to use the internet to register. Just think of everything you do in your life, you use the internet. Even doctors and banks, certainly we should be able to register to vote, but at least let's do motor voter. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't have any other pink cards. Online, in person, Olivia, are you still here? Did she leave? You didn't check a box, but I assume you're supporting. Is there if I check the box for you? Yeah, I figured that was the case and probably an oversight. I was like, she's not going to take a middle road position here. Okay, so we've got 4 on the blue sheet in favor, online 268 in support, 4 opposed, 0 neutral. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1600. And are we slowly getting caught up? Not really. House Bill, we're going to open up the hearing for House Bill 1031, enabling candidates for state office to use campaign funds for security measures. And Recognize Representative Wendy Thomas for the purpose of introduction. And Representative Thomas, you have my apologies for the committee running so far behind. I did a poor job of scheduling.
Well, thank you for the apology, but I'm here anyway with my committee. So thank God for text messages. For the record, I am Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. So what I would like to do is read a short statement and then go into the guts of the bill, and then answer any questions if you have any. So I'm here in strong support of House Bill 1031, legislation that would enable candidates for state office to use campaign funds for security measures. This common sense bill recognizes a reality that we can no longer ignore. The physical safety of those who serve in public office has become a pressing concern. Across the United States, we have witnessed a disturbing increase in politically motivated violence aimed directly at public servants and candidates. Most tragically, in Minnesota last year, former Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark were shot and killed at their home in an attack law enforcement described as politically motivated assassination. In the same incident, State Senator John Hoffman and his wife were seriously wounded in a related shooting, part of a coordinated attack on elected officials at their homes. These are not isolated incidents of random crime. The suspect reportedly carried a hit list of dozens of elected officials, illustrating the targeted nature of those attacks. Acts of violence like these strike at the heart of our democracy, undermining the ability of citizens to serve without fear and intimidating those who might otherwise consider public life. Here in New Hampshire, the New Hampshire legislature has already taken steps to protect lawmakers' personal information after the Minnesota shootings, temporarily removing home addresses from public websites and urging vigilance among members. But as threats evolve, so too must our tools to safeguard those who step forward to represent their neighbors. House Bill 1031 provides candidates and office holders with the ability to use campaign resources to fund reasonable security measures, ensuring that they can engage with the public, meet with constituents, and campaign in peace. It is a measured, targeted reform that balances the need for accessibility in politics with the very real imperative of personal safety. Supporting this bill is not about partisanship. It is about ensuring that no one who seeks to serve in our democracy does so at undue risk to themselves or their family. I urge my colleagues to vote OTP on House Bill 1031 and stand for the safety and security of New Hampshire's candidates and elected officials. So if you go to the actual bill itself, and my copy for whatever reason doesn't have line numbers, so I'll just point out where these are. So this is the same wording that the U.S. government uses for all federal candidates. I've spoken with the Secretary of State's office, and they indicated that they would appreciate guardrails and boundaries on expenses related to security. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. All right. In section 1, I'll just have to, it's important that you recognize that this covers reasonable costs of security for state candidate, state office holder, member of their family, and employees of the candidate's campaign or the state office holder's office. That's who would be included in this. It is not, security measures must address ongoing dangers or threats that would not exist if they were not in public life, in public office. Down in section 1, line 13, what we're talking about are security hardware, locks, alarm systems, motion detectors, excuse me, security camera systems, including their subscriptions. And on houses, it would include wiring, lighting, gates, doors, fencing, so long as those improvements do not add to the property value, that are not being put in place to increase the property's value. So you can't just put, a nice little white picket fence if it's not going to keep you safe. Security personnel, it includes, and services that are bona fide and legitimate and professional. And it also includes cybersecurity software, devices, and services. So that is the bill. That is why I will tell you also that I went to a Women in Government conference and I met State Senator Sandra Pappas from Minnesota, who told me that she had been on the list for the assassin. And the only reason that she thinks she's alive is that her family was on vacation that day. So it's getting worse. We all know it's getting worse. And this is just a way to protect people in New Hampshire. It wouldn't cost the state anything. You can use up to $3,000 of your campaign funds for these. And I'm happy to accept any questions.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Quayle.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You speak of usual and normal charge means, hang on a second, please. Basically talking about reasonable security measures that a person might feel they need to employ to protect themselves by virtue of being involved in political life. There's a large segment of the population that believes ownership of a personal firearm is a very important contributor to their personal security. Would this bill cover that usage?
This bill does not cover that because it reflects what is the wording on a federal level, and they don't mention guns on a federal level. I do believe if we included guns, you would now become, you would turn it into a discussion of which guns would be allowed, which guns wouldn't. So someone could theoretically buy a hunting gun and say that they're using it for security. So I think that unnecessarily complicates this.
A follow-up, please.
Yeah, follow
up. It says security measures include but are not limited to. So it does not rule out that potential application. As far as reflecting federal wording, this is a proposed state statute. So just
correct. And the reason that I'm using the federal wording, and this was through discussions with the Secretary of State's office, is that that applies to federal candidates, federal campaigns.
Okay, I just want to point out for the record that
let her finish.
I'm sorry.
Finish her statement.
Thank you. And so we don't have anything like that on a state level. So this simply mimics what they have on the federal level for candidates, and now it would be on the state level for candidates.
You have one more follow-up?
One more follow-up. So when it says security measures include but are not limited to, that apparently doesn't put a specific limitation on what a person would consider reasonable to purchase for their own personal protection. Is that correct?
I believe that's one way of interpreting it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Further questions from the committee? So I have one.
Sure.
And it's probably my only. Actual. I actually like the. For what's worth, I like the bill. Guns notwithstanding. My probably only issue is why is there a $3,000 limit? So I think that's probably because we don't have a limit on any other type of political. So basically, what you're doing is you're saying, okay, if I say anything that's not your intention, just feel free to jump in and tell me where I'm wrong because I really don't want to put words in my mouth. Your intention here is to say it's acceptable to use campaign funds that are raised as a expenditure for personal security, and right, I don't like that. That's what you're saying, right? And we don't have, to my knowledge, a limit on any other thing that you can spend. Like we have a list of things you can spend your money on. We just don't say you can buy as many TV ads as your heart desires, right? We don't say you can only spend X, Y, and Z. So I guess why the $3,000 limit? And probably my only objection to this bill is that we have the $3,000 limit in it. If somebody wants to spend money on their security, I'm totally cool with that. But the limit is my only piece of heartburn on that. So why the limit? That's a long story to say. Why the limit?
Why the limit? And that's a good question because we had to start somewhere. Because this. If we open up this bill to security measures and we don't have a limit, someone could theoretically buy a huge black SUV that's armored, that has tinted windows, and claim that as their security vehicle. And so this puts guardrails and boundaries on it. And if $3,000 is not enough, I mean, we run state elections. I mean, a lot of our candidates don't even raise $3,000. So I think that that's actually fairly generous, but that's up to the committee to decide.
If I can with another follow-up, and it's about the 3,000 again. So I mean, this obviously does include the governor, right? And I'm just thinking about if a candidate for governor goes out and hires a personal security guard, they're going to blow through three grand really quick, right? So your point about the vehicle notwithstanding, right? Let's just talk about they feel the need to have a bodyguard, right? That $3,000 is going to last like a week, right? And then if we enacted this, they actually wouldn't be able to hire security beyond that because we put a 3,000. Like you see the problem with the caps now. Like that's my issue with the cap is I totally get what you're trying to get. You don't want people buying the brand new Chevy Tahoe that it's like, oh, this is for security. I totally get that. I'm with you. But you could also have the inadvertent effect of being like, you actually can't get a bodyguard anymore. So I think to the committee and to you, like, how would you respond to that? And I go back to that's my concern with putting the limit on the expenditure.
I'm not sure how to answer that because I don't know what the campaign rules are for the governor and that kind of thing. They may have access to different funds, or there may be something I don't know. So I'm not sure how to answer that. I mean, I understand your question, and it's a good question, quite frankly, but I'm not sure how to answer it.
All right, I'm done with the 3,000. We'll move on to Representative Muirhead.
Thank you for taking my question. Would you regard an amendment that raised that $3,000 threshold as something higher as a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Representative C.
I was just wondering if this precludes you from spending your personal money for additional.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
No. And I will tell you that in New Hampshire, and this is somewhat related to your question, so I hope it's allowed. I was first elected in 2018, right? Since then, I have received many death threats to the point where I have a standing appointment with our police chief, for crying out loud. I have received many threats of rape. My daughters, I have 2 daughters, they have received threats of rape because I'm an elected official. I have been swatted. I have had threats to burn my house down. I have had threats of violence. And for the most part, I recognize these threats all come from brave keyboard warriors. But we're at a place in time where we can't take the chance anymore. We have to have security. As a result, I've got cameras in my house, front and back. I've got cameras in my car, front and back. And I had to go out and pay for those cameras myself when I did, because of my position as being an elected person.
Further questions? Representative Newsom?
Thank you. Nothing in this bill would change what we would need to file and declare as expenses, campaign expenses. It would just, so if you bought a new camera, it would just show up on your campaign expense form, new security measure.
Right.
Yep.
You would just identify it as security.
New Tahoe.
No.
Security,
Not
security
a new
measure,
Tahoe.
80,000 for.
He's getting the.
We already talked about that.
Okay. Any other questions? Finally, I've got one final one, Representative Thomas. Would you believe that I have also installed front and back cameras in my property for that exact same reason? And I am very sorry to hear about those comments made against you, and they are completely out of line in a civic discourse.
Thank you. And I would believe that, yes.
I don't think I have. Thank you, Representative Thomas. I do have one other. No, I've got 10. No, I don't have any other cards on this one, I think. Right? Yeah. Make sure. Oh, no, I do. Olivia Zink. I'm sorry. 10. Oh, I can't read. Nope, never mind. No other cards. All right. Can you, Representative Bay, can you grab the blue sheet for me? And thank you, Representative Thomas. 1031. Thank you. Okay. And online, I don't think that's accurate. It's still loading. Online, in person, we didn't have anybody in the blue sheet that signed up that didn't testify. And I can't. Oh, here we go. Online. Here we go. 1031 was 58 in support, 2 opposed, 0 neutral. Closing the public hearing on House Bill 1031. Going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1081, which is why I was getting confused. Requiring political committees to certify with the Secretary of State whether they have or anticipate having less than $1,000 in receipts or expenditures in an election cycle. And I believe Representative Lane, are you introducing for us? Okay. Representative Lane, when you get back, you got to give me a card.
She did.
Oh, I'm sorry, it didn't make it to me. My apologies, Representative Lane. It did not make it to me.
I was a little busy closing.
How dare you? Representative Lane, you're recognized.
Well, in full disclosure, I forgot to do it on the other time I spoke, so. Hello. For the record, my name is Representative Connie Lane. I represent Merrimack District 16, which is Concord Ward 2, and I am here to introduce House Bill 1081. Those of you who have been on the committee for a few years recognize this. It was originally introduced a few years ago by Representative Heath Howard, who's here to speak to it later. What this is an attempt to make sure that everybody realizes that if they have to certify that they are not spending or collecting more than $1,000. Because right now, if you are not, you're under the radar screen. You don't have to file anything, you don't have to do anything. And there has been some suspicion that perhaps that may not always be true for everyone. So the idea is to try and have all of us, whether or not I wish I got $3,000 in campaign, but if you get less than, you have to go in at the end of the session and say, at the end of the election, I didn't get this much money, and certify to it. And that way, if it is later found out that in fact you did, you have certified it, and the Secretary of State and others can take action. Because otherwise, it's not clear what kind of remedy is available. So that's the purpose of the act, and I will take questions, but Representative Howard is also here, and he'll speak to it and take questions as well.
Thank you, Representative. Are there questions from the committee? I don't see any, so thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back to election law, Representative.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Honorable Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Committee members. For the record, my name is State Representative Heath Howard. I represent the communities of Stratford and Barrington in Stratford District 4. And I'm today speaking in favor of HB 1081. This is a bill focused on transparency. It's about consistency. It's making sure that all elected officials, all people running for elected office across the state of New Hampshire are following the same rules. Now, I understand that, being a state representative and running for re-election, we oftentimes don't meet that $1,000 threshold. But in cases like in districts like mine, where it's a split member district, it's very, very competitive. I mean, I won by 16 votes this last cycle. It's a situation where I did spend over $1,000. I did run a very expensive campaign in all regards for a state representative race. And that is something where we do need to be actively, I believe, looking for this transparency and seeing whether or not people, whether they're an incumbent, whether they're a newcomer, are following the same rules. And that means that just checking a box on the CFS website, the Campaign Finance System website, I think is a very easy remedy to making sure that we have that consistency, making sure that we have that transparency, and making sure that people understand that a campaign did not spend over $1,000. Or if they did, making sure that people are not missing the required filings that they need to fill out. And that, I think, is more important because we don't know right now whether people are choosing not to file their reports or whether they're just not aware that they should be. And this would help provide that clarity. I think that this is something that is a relatively small change. It's one that's not too onerous on us as elected officials, especially if you didn't spend more than $1,000. You just click a checkbox and you're good to go. That being said, I believe that the committee should vote OTP, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, 1081, right? 1081. Next up is Kaylee. Okay. Estradio. I dug deep there. I dug deep. Make sure you grab that microphone there.
First day back. Good afternoon, Chairman Barry and members of the House Election Law Committee. For the record, my name is Kaylee Estradio, and I am the Development and Communications Associate for Open Democracy New Hampshire, and I'm testifying today in support of House Bill 1081. This would make important and a practical improvement to New Hampshire's campaign finance reporting system by requiring political committees to file a simple confirmation indicating whether or not they exceeded the $1,000 threshold. This bill reduces confusion and increases clarity for both filers and for the public. Committees with little or no financial activity would have a clear, straightforward way to signal compliance rather than appearing to have failed to file altogether. Under the current system, it can be difficult to tell whether a missing or incomplete report reflects noncompliance or simply that a committee did not meet the reporting threshold. HB 1081 eliminates that guesswork. Ensuring that voters can easily and confidently understand campaign finance information is essential to transparency and public trust in our elections. In addition, this bill would improve administrative efficiency. A clear certification requirement makes it easier for the Secretary of State's and Attorney General's office to distinguish between committees that are inactive and those that may be out of compliance, reducing unnecessary investigations and wasted resources. Finally, House Bill 1081 helps modernize and standardize reporting expectations across the New Hampshire campaign finance system by creating a consistent electronic process for low-activity committees. For these reasons, I urge the committee to support transparency, clarity, and efficient administration of our campaign finance laws by voting OTP on HB 1081. Thank you.
Will you be taking questions?
Yes.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I don't believe I have any other pink cards, correct? No. Okay. No strange looks. I'll read the online testimony first. We have 77 in support, 2 opposed, 0 neutral. On the blue sheet, we've got, very short, quick math, 3 in support, no opposed. I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1081. We will open the public hearing on House Bill 1083. For the committee situation awareness, I have to introduce a bill at 3:15. And if it's anything like this morning, I may not return. Just for for situational awareness, obviously, Vice Chairman Quayle will be in charge. We will meet next Tuesday, so you'll get the schedule for that probably tomorrow around noonish. But we will be next Tuesday at 10 a.m. If I do not return. But you know, I don't have any cards for this next one coming up, so we'll see. Oh God, I regretted that the moment I said it. It's like the moment those words crossed my mouth. The moment those words crossed my mouth, I was like, oh no. What do you have for us here, Representative Muirhead? What are you cooking up? Oh Lord. You only have the one card for 1083. Tell you what. That's control. So, all right, Representative Muirhead, give us the intro here. 1083.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, friends on the Election Law Committee. I'd like to introduce House Bill 1083. House Bill 1083 would require any person or any entity giving more than $500,000 to a candidate for the governorship, or $50,000, more than $50,000 to a candidate for executive council, to disclose the source of their funds. In the 2024 governor's race, $28 million was $28 million in out-of-state money was dumped into the New Hampshire governor's race by the Democratic Governors Association and the Republican Governors Association combined. That's a lot of money That's almost $35 for every person who voted in that election. It's all dark money. It comes in using pass-through PACs. We have no idea who donated that money. And this is how the elites in the Democratic Party and the Republican Party help control who gets to run a viable campaign for the governorship in the state of New Hampshire. It's how they take away control from voters in the state of New Hampshire. It's how the donor class exercises its influence, uses massive amounts of money. This bill would only require groups giving more than $500,000 to a governor's campaign to reveal the original sources of their funds. Not every group would be forced to do this. Friends of mine have said that the threshold should be much lower. Arizona has a similar law and a threshold of about $50,000. And perhaps that's right. But I'd like to hear what the argument is against compelling groups that give $500,000 or more to a governor's campaign to reveal the source of their funds. So I think if we think that New Hampshire voters deserve to know who's dumping $500,000 more into a governor's campaign in this state, if we think New Hampshire voters deserve to know who's spending almost $35 for every vote cast in a governor's campaign, then we should support this this legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Are there questions from the committee? Representative Gilmore.
Mr. Chair, Representative Muirhead, at what point would they be? At what point would these entities that are giving in excess of $500,000 would they have to report? I don't quite see it here.
Yeah, we aren't specifying exactly when in this paragraph, and so we'd have to I'd have to work on the answer to that question.
I mean, could it? Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could it be at the time they gave the expenditure?
I think it would. I really have to work because this is the kind of this addresses the very specific operation of the bill. You know, my intuition would be when you hit the threshold, there'd be at that point some clock that starts ticking, and exactly how much time would be required is something we'd have to work out.
Right. Thank you.
Further questions, Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. What happens if it's an organization that is made up of other organizations, so you don't really, if you get a list of the owners of an organization, you don't really get a list of the owners, you just get deeper into the mess?
Well, I think if organizations want to spend over $500,000 influencing the outcome of a New Hampshire governor's race, then they'll have to need to keep track of where their donors come from. Maybe they'll have to maintain a segregated fund and simply keep track of the source of those donations. I think when I donate directly to a governor's campaign, that donation becomes public information. So I think we could ask the same thing from these other organizations, and I'm sure that it's technologically possible to maintain a record of the sources of these funds.
Further questions? Representative Newsom.
Thank you. In the 500,000 to the governor's races, it does not use the phrase in aggregate.
It should use the phrase in both with respect to donations to the governor's campaigns and to executive council, where that phrase does come up.
So
that
it
phrase
should,
was
be in both?
Meant to qualify both. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was about to make a really mean joke. How dare you bring a bill not ready for prime time? No. It would have been too mean. He can handle it. I'm making fun of myself too. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah. So what I would have said.
Good thing that
I do have a question for you, but it's actually going to be one that you'll like. Rosemary, would you believe that I find the $50,000 fiscal note on this to be ridiculous?
I would believe that because I share that.
See, look at that. It's not. That's not always adversarial. So, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank
I think
you.
we have one other card. Representing Olivia Zink, and then Representative Bay, if you could grab that blue sheet for me for 1083.
Good afternoon. My name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director of Open Democracy Action, and we need to reduce the influence of big money in politics and increase the voices of everyday citizens. This bill provides transparency and accountability. I am going to say that I think $50,000 is the $500,000 as the threshold is too high. Like, you come down to another number, $100,000, like $50,000. Like, figure out a number of where you think there's quid pro quo corruption. $500,000 to me seems like a big benchmark, but you all can determine what that is. Also, examples of traceback or original source language. In my testimony, I have cited the definition of original source that North Carolina uses in their campaign finance laws, because I do think we do probably want to add a definition of original source, so that question that Representative Gilmore asked. The Republican Governors Association and the Democratic Governors Association used to register and report. For whatever reason, they no longer register and report in the state. So if you look at older campaign finance, those gubernatorial associations would register and report their donors. Also, a 2023 law allowed unlimited donations to come to candidates. This law was put on a budget, on our budget, never had a public hearing, and I do think it did open up the floodgates to unlimited money. According to NPR, nearly $18 million AOT raised was coming, 2/3 of it was coming from the Live Free PAC, which was funded by the Republican Governors Association in news sources, but you couldn't find that in campaign finance reports. Filings from the Democratic Governors Association went to, hold on, I had it here. They had a Put New Hampshire First PAC. So the Democratic Governors Association gave money to the Put New Hampshire First PAC, $7.3 million in the last elections, and over $9 million to another political committee. Joyce Craig's November 13th report shows a little over $2 million from the Democratic Governors Association going directly to her campaign. So for these reasons, look at the threshold, figure out if you think $500,000 is too high, maybe amend it, but I do urge ought to pass of 1083. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I have no other, let's see, this is a HB 1083. Thank you. I have no other pink cards on this, so I will declare the public hearing on HB 1083 closed. Next, we have HB 1201. Representative Muirhead, you can, as a sponsor of the bill, let us know what you have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. My name is Russell Muirhead, and I am the representative from Hanover and Lyme, New Hampshire. HB 1201, I commend you to look at it because I think it's an exceedingly elegant bill. It would require tax-exempt organizations, C4, C5, C6, nonprofit organizations that make contributions to political campaigns and state elections in New Hampshire to disclose the identity of their donors. The idea that groups making contributions to campaigns for statewide office in New Hampshire should disclose the identity of their donors, or that campaigns for statewide office should disclose the identity of their donors, is a principle that we all accept. When we run for office, if we get donations, we have to disclose who gave us money. I participate in the Hanover Lyme Democratic Committee. We solicit small donations from our neighbors to be spent on elections for state rep, for instance, and that committee has to disclose the identity of its donors. Republican town committees all over the state have to, if they're raising money and spending money on campaigns, have to disclose the identity of their donors. The state Democratic Party, the state Republican Party, they have to disclose the identity of their donors. So this is not a controversial idea. But when tax-exempt organizations, nonprofits, do the exact same thing, they don't have to disclose the identity of their donors. I think that's a violation of a principle that we impose on ourselves and that we all accept. So this bill would cure that violation. If some have to do it, why not everybody? And let me just pause for a brief moment to just underscore this principle of disclosing the identity of donors or disclosing the sources. I actually support more aggressive forms of campaign finance of the sort that reform that or regulation of the sort that my political hero, the late Senator John McCain, advocated for and helped pass at the federal level once upon a time, that would put caps on what different groups and individuals could spend on campaigns. And some of my friends who oppose those sorts of caps, those caps on contributions, have said to me over the years, you can't stop the money. You just can't stop the money. Money's like water. It's going to go where it wants to go, and you just can't stop it. And you put in a regulation, and it finds a way around that regulation. And the regulation has to become more ornate and more detailed, and it becomes this sort of web of regulation, this cat and mouse game that can never stop. And they say to me, well, you can't really put caps, but we should have transparency. We should have transparency. As long as people know where the money's coming from, as long as voters can find that out, then they can hold candidates and officials accountable. And so that's the argument for this principle that this bill would implement. So thank you for considering it, and I am, Mr. Chair, happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much. I have one pink card from Sarah Ortiz. Welcome back.
Okay, it's the last time you have to listen to me today. My name is Sarah Ortiz. I'm the Public Policy Fellow with Open Democracy. I'm here in support of HB 1201. The public deserves to know who is funding political outcomes. When an individual or organization invests significant money into influencing a bill or supporting a politician, it is reasonable to assume they may have a vested interest in the result. Voters have the right to know who is attempting to shape decisions that impact their lives and their communities. This transparency matters now more than ever. In a time where politics feels increasingly divided and unclear, voters and donors alike are becoming wary and distrustful. Transparency helps restore confidence in the process by ensuring that the public can make fully informed decisions at the ballot box. We should not allow major political spending to remain hidden from the very people it's intended to persuade. Additionally, transparency is essential for accountability. If a person or organization invests heavily in influencing political decisions, only to then receive preferential treatment or a kickback, the citizens of New Hampshire should have the right to see and understand that relationship. Disclosure helps hold both donors and elected officials accountable to constituents, where it should be, and not to special interests. Similar disclosure laws already exist in New Hampshire, and HB 1201 is simply closing loopholes that allow nonprofit entities to avoid the same standards as other groups. Importantly, this is not a partisan issue. Hidden funding sources can come from either side of the aisle. I respectfully urge the committee to vote ought to pass on HB 1201. This bill is a win for both parties, but more importantly, it is a win for the people of New Hampshire.
Thank you. Will you take questions from
Yes.
the committee? Do we have any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And could Representative Bay, could you get the blue sheet, please? And with that, I will close the public hearing for HB.
Mr. Chairman, Can I just put in the online testimony numbers,
I was about
please?
to ask you. Thank you.
Thank you. For this one, 1201 is 143 supporting, 4 opposed, 1 neutral. And if I may, on the previous bill, 1083, it was 147 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With this, I will close the public hearing for 1201. And I will open the public hearing for HB, excuse me, oh, here you go. For HB 1838, sponsored by Representative Muirhead. And welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Russell Muirhead, and I represent Hanover Lyme. I'm the prime sponsor of this bill, perhaps the only sponsor of this bill. And I would like to thank my friends on the committee for indulging me at the end of this long day. And this is a bill that would actually aim to achieve a much more comprehensive kind of reform. And I invite my friends on the committee to pause for a few minutes at the end of the day and just consider the idea, even if you're not at all disposed to supporting the idea. Because I think it's the kind of thing that might, in the long run, be necessary to renovate American democracy and return power to the people and take power from the donor class that is trying to dominate our politics, and it sometimes does. This bill would give ordinary citizens the ability to run for executive council. It would create a path for people who aren't networked in the sort of way where they can pick up the phone and make 100 phone calls and ask 100 different people for $5,000 each to support their ambition to run for executive council. It would create a pathway for people who, on the contrary, don't have connections to people with money, but who do have enormous support in their communities. People who maybe been coaches for coach youth sports for 10 or 20 years, people who maybe own a pizzeria in town and know lots of people who worked in law enforcement, interacted with people, with hundreds and hundreds of people over the years, and who are liked and admired by their neighbors and by their town. In fact, it would give a pathway to the executive council for the kinds of people who show up in the New Hampshire House of Representatives. In my opinion, the best thing about the New Hampshire House of Representatives, even when it's making decisions that I don't applaud, is that it's a citizen legislature. And we're able to do it because of a small-scale democracy that we have in New Hampshire, and it's something I think that's, I wish every democracy could do it. And I think it would create a citizen executive council by creating a voter-owned election, by creating a fund of money that qualified candidates could make use of to run campaigns for executive council. And the executive council is a very important thing because, of course, it approves contracts, the bigger contracts that the state of New Hampshire, all the major contracts the state of New Hampshire enters into. So all the parties out there, nonprofits, corporations, whatever, that enter into business with the state of New Hampshire have an interest in who's on the executive council. And guess what? A huge source of campaign finance donations is to candidates for the executive council, those entities and corporations that are in business with the state of New Hampshire. So this bill would allow qualified candidates to access a different source of funds created by this fee that the bill includes, a $5 fee in vanity plates, a $1 fee in ordinary car registrations. That would create a voter-owned election fund that would create campaign finance funds for qualified candidates. Who's a qualified candidate? You become a qualified candidate only by getting 500 unique contributions for your campaign of between $5 and $125. I'm only aware of one executive counselor in the past 20-some years, 25 years, who had 500 unique contributors, one counselor in one campaign. As you all know, to get 500 unique contributions takes a lot of work. You've got to be known and supported. It's not just 500 people signing petitions, 500 people giving you $5 and really becoming part of your campaign. That sort of person can access these voter-owned funds. How? Every voter in the state would get 4 certificates of $25 each that they could give. Every voter becomes a potential donor. Right now, the only people who are potential donors are people with money. You may not need a lot of money, but you need enough money to be able to cut a check for $100 or $200 to a candidate. And that's not most voters. That's not most people. So every voter becomes a potential donor under this scheme. And candidates have an incentive to go out there and go to their neighbors, knock on their doors, and request that they help support their campaign by directing to them their voter dollar certificates. And so that, in brief, is the scheme that this bill creates. It creates a voter-owned election for executive council. The only thing I'll say in closing, and again, I want to thank my colleagues for indulging me at the end of a long day, and it is that, you know, campaigns cost money. Somebody's going to own our elections, and right now it's you know, wealthy people and corporations who own our elections. This is an attempt to create a plan where voters can own our elections for an office that really matters with respect to the role of money in politics. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I am happy to try to answer questions.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Do we have any questions from the committee? Representative C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Were you aware that our last budget raised the vehicle registration fees?
I am, sir, yes.
Okay. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you done some quick calculations on how much $1 per license and $5 per vanity get you? Rough idea.
There's a fiscal note at the end of the bill. So, I did it back when we were writing the bill, but I put more confidence in the fiscal note. It says it would create $2.5 million of revenue for this voter-owned election fund.
Thank you, I missed it. Yeah.
Further questions from the committee? Not seeing anything. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Next, we have some public comment. First up, Aubrey Friedman.
Mr. Chair, committee members, Aubrey Friedman. I live in Bridgewater, private citizen. I speak in opposition to this bill. Are our taxes and government fees in New Hampshire not high enough that we need additional fees? That's the first question. Now, also, these funds that are supposed to, from the fees, clearly are, looking at the fiscal note, it's supposed to come from the registration. Everybody who registers a car in New Hampshire, they pay the cost. But the fiscal note definitely says that that is not enough. So it will have to come from the general fund to backfill it. So all taxpayers will be paying for this public financing. That's the first thing. Now the $25 certificates, mailing them out to 1 million registered voters in New Hampshire. What could possibly go wrong? Fraud, corruption, and even if everybody did everything perfectly, no shenanigans or anything, what about the confusion? And it talks about in the text of this bill that the voters have to be kind of educated on how this whole thing works. Also, the postal costs are like $780,000 estimated just for the first year. And we should also consider, a lot of people get excited and want to vote in the presidential. So you do get a good turnout. But in the midterms, you don't get as much turnout. So they're going to still mail out those certificates anyway. In a midterm year, a lot of those, in my opinion, would get tossed in the trash because people are not voting as much in the midterm years. There's an odd thing in this bill, and I don't quite understand. Talks about in the grants, section 664A8. It will give $10,000. That's a grant section, up to $10,000 for the qualified candidate in an uncontested general election. Uncontested. Why would you give $10,000 of taxpayer money, and it is coming from all the taxpayers, in an uncontested election. That seems kind of weird. And my last point is just, you know, a lot of people are just not interested in politics. Probably everybody here in this room and everybody in this building, we're political creatures. We always vote. But a lot of people, they're not interested. They just want to go about their lives, go to work, take care of their families, and they're just not interested in voting. Why should they be forced to pay for political campaigns, period? It has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. It's just they're not interested. Why should they have to pay? I think it would make more sense to make the election laws loosen up on the rules so you get more candidates on the ballot, maybe more parties, and that might interest people to actually start voting and contribute from their own money to a candidate they like. But a lot of times there's not that much of a difference to many people, so that why would they want to contribute? But this forces everybody. So I think I understand the reasons for there is, a lot of lobbying and, the whole system isn't that great right now, but I think this forcing everybody to contribute will not make it any better. So I think it's not good from beginning to end. That's why I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you take questions from the committee?
Yes.
Do we have any questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, Olivia Zink.
Good afternoon, and for the record, my name is Olivia Zink, Executive Director of Open Democracy and Open Democracy Action. And I just want to first say that this is a voluntary system. Our current privately financed election system still stays. This is just adding a section to 664, just a whole new section with the citizen-funded elections, or public. And it's completely voluntary. You have to qualify to participate. So the same system stands. I'm going to quote Warren Rudman, former New Hampshire senator, who says, "I challenge my party to return to its roots and take up Teddy Roosevelt's challenge from more than a century ago to enact the only real and lasting solution to our current campaign finance I know, citizen-funded elections." So there are leaders on both sides of the aisle calling for these systems. These systems are common. 41 jurisdictions across the country have some form of this. Maine has a system. Connecticut has a system. There are 5 states. There are 13 states that have some form that's not the whole election. So 5 states have, all of the offices. 13 states have some of the offices. And there are many municipalities, cities, counties across the country. And we have seen that it works. These systems work. They reduce and stabilize the cost of running for office. They reduce the amount of time candidates are spending raising money. And they strengthen local control by eliminating sort of out-of-state and out-of-district contributions. This bill is constitutional. It has been looked at by a number of lawyers, and I state in my testimony, I sort of go into those reasonings, and I'll let you read that. The former Speaker of Maine says that the Maine public funding system allows them to pass bold bipartisan legislation, even when industry objects. The former Arizona governor talks about how they weren't able to get prescription drug reform done until this bill, and then this really helped them curb the pharmaceutical interests in sort of doing this. I do want to address, everything costs money, but our current system of privately financed elections, we allow people to make private donations, and they get something in return. They're not giving donations just because they like people. Most of them are getting something in return, whether that's a tax break or a contract. And I think by starting this with executive counselors, is really interesting. One executive counselor got a $500 check, didn't know why they got a $500 check, and then they looked at the executive council agenda, $2 million contract that they were asked to be and vote on. Is that the way we want government to run? I've heard of others where all of the executive counselors received contributions from one thing and then a contract has been returned. So whether that's a big energy companies, healthcare companies, or the people who plow our roads, like there are contracts that are awarded throughout the state government, and there is definitely some quid pro quo behavior happening. Not all of it, but some. The time is now for these reforms. I also just want to say, many of you may remember Kathleen Holzel, who was a Republican on this, who was chair of this committee. She served on a blue ribbon committee studying this bill. Brad Cook was also on that committee. There's a great report. So if you don't like the $1 driver's license fee, that whole report has 2 pages on other suggested ideas for funding this system. There also has been other legislative study committees passed. So you can take a look at those reports as well. This bill has been brought up before. This is the first time, my knowledge, that it actually has a funding source attached. So it will be a really interesting discussion for you to say, now that you have a funding source attached. And it also is very narrow. It just starts with the executive council races. You could you broaden that, or you could just sort of keep it narrow and say, hey, does this work for the executive council races? And with that, I urge House election law to either adopt this as ought to pass or create a work session and talk more about the pros and cons of getting big money out of our election system. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Lane.
Thank you for taking my question. Can you refer us to that report? I used to have it, but I don't think I do anymore.
Yes, I'll be happy to email you both the Blue Ribbon Commission report and the task force report that were done here in New Hampshire. But there are other resources too on other states on reports done on their systems that are worth looking at as well.
Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. Next up, Kaylee Evstradio.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Quayle. I am testifying today on behalf of Erin McKean from the Campaign Legal Center in support of House Bill 1838. So I will just read a brief section and spare you all the legalese because this is 10 pages. So reducing opportunities for corruption. A central goal of public financing systems is to reduce opportunities for corruption by enabling candidates to run competitive campaigns and win elected office without having to depend on large contributions. By increasing candidates' ability to rely on small contributions and public funds, these systems reduce the opportunity for corruption and the appearance that elected officials are beholden to major campaign donors. Contribution data from the Seattle elections demonstrates the Democracy Voucher Program's impact on reliance on large donors in local campaigns. An academic study of contributions made in Seattle's 2013 election, prior to the city's enactment of public financing, determined that, quote, high-dollar donors of $500 or more provided nearly 40% of city council candidates' total campaign funding in 2013, even as those donors comprised only 9% of the overall donor pool in city council races. In Seattle's 2013 mayoral election, the impact of high-dollar donors was even more pronounced, with mayoral candidates raising on average 55% of their campaign funds from contributors of $500 or more. By comparison, Seattle candidates who participated in the Democracy Voucher Program in 2017, 19, and 2021 were far less dependent on high-dollar donors. As a condition of program participation, candidates were subject to a $250 limit on monetary contributions. In lieu of high-dollar donors, candidates in the 2017 city elections collectively raised 82% of their contributions from donors who gave $199 or less. Importantly, Seattle's subsequent election cycles demonstrated that the 2017 elections were not an outlier. In each subsequent election from 2019 through 2023, candidates in Seattle elections collected 90% of their contributions from donors who gave $199 or less. Democracy vouchers in Seattle markedly reduced the primacy of large contributions in Seattle elections, validating the anti-corruption interest that program was intended to serve. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you take questions?
Probably not, because I didn't write this.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for presenting it. And last pink card I have is from Linda Bundy from Antrim.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Quayle and
thank you.
members
Thank you for being
of
here.
House Election Law, Linda Bundy from Antrim. I support HB 1838. Certainly, one fact that brings universal agreement is that there is too much money in politics. Wealthy donors and corporations making outsized contributions exude undue influence in elections and the direction that legislation takes. The priorities of large donors are not the same as those of everyday people. Big money disempowers voters regardless of their political affiliations. HB 1838 creates a counterbalance to the influence of special interests by establishing voluntary, voter-owned elections for the office of executive counselor. Small private donations are supplemented with public funds. The option of public funding of a campaign is currently offered in 14 states and 26 localities, some having been in place for more than 25 years. Voter-owned elections reduce candidates' dependence on oversized donations and the influence of those donations on politics. Once qualified, candidates can spend time interacting with their constituents rather than raising money. The field of candidates can expand, and more people of moderate means can run. This expanded participation increases competitiveness and reduces opportunities for corruption. In order to qualify as a participating candidate, one must actively engage with individual constituents to earn the required number of small donations. Candidates gain a better understanding of the needs of their communities and can better reflect the will of the people. In turn, voters feel empowered and more engaged in the political process. Local control is strengthened by reducing out-of-district and out-of-state contributions and influences. Of course, voter-owned elections cost money to implement and maintain. However, we are already paying a price because of the influence big donors and special interests have on our state legislators. HB 1838 provides ways to fund public campaigns. Among them are a new $1 fee on all private passenger vehicle registrations and a $5 increase to vanity plate fees. It also redirects certain civil fines to the new fund. I've had vanity plates for over 50 years and will gladly pay an additional $5 to fund voter-owned elections. HB 1838 provides a workable, proven way to improve campaign funding in New Hampshire. In the interest of increasing grassroots participation by candidates and voters in our elections and greater engagement between candidates and voters, I ask that your vote ought to pass on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No questions. Okay, well, thank you for being here. And Representative Newsom, could you read to us the online?
Certainly, thank you very much. In support, 83, opposing 7.
Okay, thank you.
No
And
neutrals.
thank you very much, Representative Bay, for the blue sheet. We have 2 people on the blue sheet, both of whom were in favor of the bill. And with that, I will close the public hearing for HB 1838. And that concludes our scheduled activities for the House Election Law Committee today. And thank you all for being here. And if I could have 2 minutes with the members of the majority, I mean 2 minutes, right now. He said next Tuesday, I presume it'll be, yeah, it'll be 10. Because we have a meeting at 9. Okay, that's it. We're done.